I have been with the BC since 2015 as an African business. I have played my role in sharing the perspective of the African business on the business constituency. With regards to my representation, at some point I did chair the Credentials Committee of the BC. Today I am representing the business interest, which via the BC on the transfer policy review working group. I also currently chair the Generic Name Supporting Organization Standing Selection Committee, and some other things I still do at the BC level. Without further ado, I see Dr. Jameson Olufuye on the call. I would like to invite him in. He has been a veteran at the BC, and he would probably be able to share his perspective of his understanding of what mitigating the DNS abuse. Disclosure or privacy, as we all know, the WUIs has gone dark since the GDPR, and the abuse rate has become very, very high. In fact, in the last, between January 2021 and January 2022, we had a 27.5% increase in DNS abuse rates. So I would invite Dr. Olufuye to come in and share his views. Over to you, Doctor.
Okay, thank you very much, Engineer Ariola Akinwumi. It's a pleasure to be here again, and I greet everyone online. Chair, Thabo Masikwani. I can see the veteran cybersecurity guru for Africa and the world, our dear Abdul Hakim Ajijola, well respected, in fact, authority in the discussion like this, even though his own section is coming up, but I'm sure he will have something to say about this issue. Well, I think it would be good to still talk a little about how the journey started. Yeah, you've had something earlier in that recorded video clip. I think that was done in before I started wearing glasses. I was still a young man at that time. So maybe that was 2014 or so. Okay, so the journey started in in 2007, when I became the president of the Information Technology Industry Association of Nigeria. One of my objectives was to connect Nigerian ICT industry with the ICT industry in the rest of the world. And in 2008, I was at Malaysia for the World Information Technology Congress, WCIT, of the World Information Technology and Services Alliance, which is the umbrella organization for all ICT association and companies around the world, private sector led. And at that event, I met with key stakeholders in the industry, yes, with ICANN people as well. Yes, in Nigeria, we of course, we are very much current. We're fully aware of the works of ICANN, but that of BC in particular, we're not really fully aware, but we know ICANN has been playing significant roles. So I met with those guys and told me about the BC. Okay, at first I wasn't so much interested, but finally I now realized that indeed our voices need to be heard. Voices from Africa need to be heard there. And so I took interest. And by 2012, when AfICTA started, I enrolled AfICTA as a member. And AfICTA became the first organization from Africa, that a private sector-led organization from Africa, to be a member of the business constituency. Finally, the very first organization indeed, because hitherto it's always been American and European country, chiefly American. And this is understandable because America was responsible for the invention of the internet, and of course was through a DARPA research, in the 50s, 60s, and the responsibility of managing it went into the private hand through voluntary activities, and they did a great job. But at a point in time, it was felt that it cannot be sustained, it can no longer be sustained for one man to be keeping the registry of everyone that have an address on the internet. It's like keeping a telephone directory. For one man to keep a telephone directory, So it's humongous. And then John Foster was a guy, and he's a great guy, and he was well honored by ICANN for this. He's late now. We appreciate his effort. So by 1998, there were a lot of moves for there to be a kind of a framework, a mechanism, to grow ICANN, to support the work of DNS management. So domain name system, as I said, is a directory of all those that have addresses on the internet. And so ICANN was started. So the business constituency, as Steve DeBianco mentioned in that video, has been part of it from the very beginning. And the whole idea is that the work should be transparent. You should be able to see, just like telephone directory, everybody knows telephone directory. So the directory should be open to all. And so if you want to call anyone in Tanzania, you should be able to call, and if it's Egypt, if it's South Africa, or anywhere, you should be able to call. And within the country, it's usually available, it's free. So that is the work of ICANN. And over that time, we have different stakeholder groups that are interested in what ICANN does. So and one of them is the business constituency, where the business constituency, these are the people that have their businesses on the internet. They operate domain name. They use domain name for e-commerce. Like for example, Amazon.com. Amazon is a major stakeholder in the business constituency. And so also Microsoft. We also have, quite a number of them, big players that are in the business constituency, ensuring that their interests are well taken care of. We also have the registrars, those that register domain, and the registry, those that are fully in charge of the managing the top level domain names. And we have the government too. They are there. That is the advisory committee, GAC, the government advisory committee. We also have the civil society, like the ALAC. We have quite a number of different stakeholder groups. We have civil society advocacy groups, and so on and so forth. But we are concerned about the business. Okay, we make our living on the internet. As the chair of this session mentioned, Lydia Ariola, because we operate on the internet, and so our voices need to be heard. But one thing significant happened in 2016. Before 2016, it has been the United States government that has the oversight role. If the United States government does not approve, no new domain can be added. We have, say, for example, Nigeria.ng, like in South Africa.za, okay, and so on and so forth. So those top level domain, before they can be added, US has to assent to it, must approve it. And also, you might also say that one should be removed, okay? So the global organization felt that, only US having oversight function, and that was why WIS started, and then a great move that only US should not be overseeing this top-level domain, because many countries that were sleeping before woke up to realize that, oh, their businesses, their organizations is now on the internet. And so if anything happened, maybe war, it could really devastate the economy. So they're all interested. And as such, based on the pressure and the move, the US relinquished its oversight in 2016, October 1st, 2016, and the responsibility to manage the internet now fell on all the stakeholders, the global internet community. So this responsibility demands that all stakeholders that have stakes on the internet should perform their roles, since the US now has relinquished it and handed over to the global internet community. So we have the government there, they need to play their own role. We have the private sector, we business, we need to play our own role, the civil society as well, the technical community, which is those that's into registry, like in Nigeria, we have NERA, the top-level domain name, country code, top-level domain name organization. Then the registries, AfICTA, etc., they all have their role. So in terms of business, we too have our role to play. And that's why this session is coming up, so that all those are in business here should really see that there are lots happening on the internet, and then we need to play our role well. One of the major drawbacks that we have is the issue of DNS abuse, or crime, okay, on the internet. The internet as is good, or of course that is bad, and you say the ugly. But we see the good. The good is very important, and then we are the good guys. We need to ensure that the bad guys are removed or eliminated, or the bad effect of internet is mitigated to the barest minimum, because internet provide great value for innovation, for development, for prosperity, and for survivability. These days, the ease and the convenience is unprecedented. And so that's why we need to care for it. So if you are yet to be a member of AfICTA, you can be, so that even through AfICTA, you can still play your role here in the BC. But also, as an individual company, you can still play your role. Like my company, Contemporary, we are also there. At least we are playing our own role. I used to be the vice chair of finance and operation for the business constituencies since say 2013 to 2020, about a period of 7 years or thereabout. So we've been very much committed. We are part of the global business community, not only the American, not the Europeans. We are also part of it, and we're playing a serious role. Cybersecurity is, or cybercrime is costing the world about 10% of the GDP, according to Interpol. And from my recent research, sponsored by UNECA, Africa lost about $20 billion for the past 10 years, though this is about 10% of the actual, because it's only few people report cases. And by EFCC reportage, 80% of the conviction last year was cybercrime related. So, and all this has to do with DNS abuse. That is, somebody register DNS, a domain name, and use it for nefarious activity, for pornography, for child unlike abuse, for all sort of financial crime. You register an email to do phishing, register a fake website, to harvest people's passcode, cyber stalking, and what have you. We do know that ICANN is based on the Transparency International, ICANN is the most transparent organization in the world. And as such, those directives were open before, but now GDPR came, and then there has to be penalty if people's personal data is exposed. So as the chair mentioned, of this session mentioned, then the directory, that is the WIS, became dark. It was closed. Nobody could access it easily anymore. So there has been a lot of framework to see how people can access it, because law enforcement need to access it to do their work. Even businesses too, we too, I need to access it to know who is trying to attack my client's servers or infiltrate a system. I need it for cyber intelligence, okay? I need to have access to cyber intelligence. So there is a lot of needs there, and ICANN is doing a lot to mitigate it. So there's a thin line between that disclosure and privacy. But one thing I know, I tried, the framework I have personally is that, yes, transparency is like, privacy is like lost, but we still need privacy. We still need high degree of privacy. So that is, to bridge that gap is what ICANN is working on seriously, and there are a lot of measures ICANN is taking to do that. So I want to stop here. I can see my successor in their role of the chair of the finance and operation in the business constituency. I'm very happy that he's been doing a wonderful job there, trying to make sure African integrity remains, because we really set the pace. We tidy up that section, of that important organization that is the BC. And as my successor is continue to fly the flag very well for Africa, not just Nigeria, but Africa. And I'm sure he has richer insight to provide. So I'll hand over to the moderator, so maybe we'll now introduce him. So I will just stop here. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Olufuye, for that insightful contribution to the discussion. So as not to take, and as we're running out of time, I would like to invite Lawrence Olawale Roberts to for his own intervention. Over to you, Lawrence.
Thank you very much. Please, can you confirm that you can hear me?
Loud and clear.
Great. First of all, please, I would like to start with apologies for joining this session late. I had tried joining earlier, but because I was in transit, the connectivity couldn't hold. First of all, I would want to congratulate AfICTA on this occasion of another summit this year. We all know how what you do as an association positively impacts the ecosystem for Africa. And we are happy that you have kept the flag flying. The business constituency of ICANN see AfICTA as a strong partner in our bid to ensuring that we have policies that positively affect and impact on, the unique identifiers that help make the internet resolve. To the subject matter on ground, I would want to say that, the topic of DNS abuse definitely is not just a buzzword. It's actually something that affects users, whether commercial or individual users of the internet. It's a vice that we are all prone to. And the BC has made it one of its high points to ensure that we speak towards ensuring that it is fully mitigated, not partially, fully mitigated, such that, especially for businesses, once you put your products on your site, you want to be sure that everybody that intends to reach your website, get to your website, and there are no cloned sites that will, along the way, that could cause traffic that is supposed to come to your site to go to other malicious practices. And so with regards to DNS abuse, the BC and especially and some other members of the community within ICANN have been doing a lot to ensure that to a large extent it is mitigated. Please, I would like to pause at this point and come back shortly, as I need to quickly fix something that has the potential of taking me offline completely. Please, I will revert back while you continue with the session.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Roberts. My understanding from both speakers so far is that we have a lot of malicious registration online, and mitigating them would help reduce DNS abuse. I would not know if Mr. Ajijola could actually share with us in the session his own perspective as a cybersecurity expert on the subject matter. Mr. Ajijola?
I will try my best. Thank you very much. While I won't talk about the details of DNS abuse per se, but I'd like to maybe just look a little more broadly, especially from the strategic level and the African strategic level. Number one, I think there's a gentleman whom I respect a great deal in the cybersecurity community worldwide. His name is Mikko Hyppönen. And he has noted that we are no longer securing computers. We are actually securing society. We are protecting our families, our neighborhoods, our religious groups, our towns, our villages, our states, indeed, our continent and the world, and yes, our business community. And this is because business, or society itself actually, but business in particular, requires confidence. And that confidence is built upon trust. And that trust, especially in the digital era, is rooted in cybersecurity. So there are interconnections. If I may, if you permit me, the International Finance Corporation projects that by 2025, the African internet market will hit in the range of about $180 billion US. Bearing in mind that as of 2019, Africa had a population of 1.3 billion people. So certainly Africa has a lot of people to protect and a lot of just online or internet related commerce. We're not talking about the other things that are enabled and facilitated by digitization. The IFC went on to project that by 2050, the African internet market would be in the range of about $712 billion US, or 8.5% of the continent's GDP. And we would have a population of 2.5 billion people. Again, I think this is just to emphasize that we have a lot of human beings to protect. I think Jimson and yourself had mentioned our children, for example, our women, and the men folk, the businesses. So there's a lot that we have to be concerned about. And we can turn some of these things to opportunities. The cyber threat space itself is quite broad, but in addition to the technical bits and bytes and bobs and issues that we have across the cyber threat space, we now have geopolitical concerns. Particularly, we are seeing non-state actors in cyberspace committing not just criminal malfeasance, although all malfeasance to some extent is criminal, but espionage, including industrial espionage, and so on and so forth. We also have the specter of unregulated digital currencies. Now, in of itself, a digital currency or a cryptocurrency is not necessarily a bad thing, but when the state can no longer regulate, which is in some cases the purpose why some of these currencies, virtual assets were created. If a nation state no longer has monetary control or control over monetary policy or control over money supply, money is power, then is that state still a country? Is it still a nation state? And then I think almost all of us will be painfully aware of the cybersecurity professional shortage. Indeed, the annual survey by ISC Squared, their survey for 2022 indicates that we have a cybersecurity professional workforce shortage of 3.4 million people. So there are about 3.4 million vacancies worldwide. One of the big challenges that I have observed across Africa, though, in terms of cyber threat space, is the misperception by African strategic leaders, not necessarily cyber leaders, but the political leaders, the chiefs of state, the parliamentarians, even the leadership within, for example, multilateral organizations, is the misperception that cybersecurity is not an African problem to solve. Now, while the IFC statistics, in my opinion, do help to put pay to that misperception or misconception, obviously it's not enough. And so I think
thank you so much.
No,
thank you so much for your insightful contribution. It's quite appreciated and as always very meaningful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir.
You're welcome.
Yeah, we are running out of time. I believe Mr. Olawale Roberts is back with us. Mr. Roberts, you might want to give us your closing remark or further your presentation as you were on. Okay.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity again. Just earlier, my battery was running out and I had to plug it in so that I can stay connected. So forgive me for being that clumsy. So as a final remarks to this issue of DNS abuse, the community that has the potential to mitigate it to a large extent is where we sit in ICANN. And it's our belief in the business constituency of ICANN that where we are able to galvanize enough support from the entire community, community being the technical community, the governments, prone sectors, the civil society and co, to join us in ensuring that there are some kind of compliance to a large extent in the contracts of contracted parties. We hope that will to some extent see DNS abuse reduced drastically. So DNS abuse is something that happens at the layer of the guys who have the responsibility of providing domain services. The abuse comes from bad actors, people who want to, like I tried to allude earlier, people who want to scam, spam, and do all sort of things. But we are hoping that we can see the community, we can see the community in ICANN or ICANN through the community effort start to put stronger and stricter rules on ground to ensure that bad actors to a large extent are not able to thrive in the sector, and that there is a lot of trust in terms of the DNS facilities that are on ground, which to a large extent will help to ensure that money is not lost. DNS abuse impacts life because to a large extent, it's in some cases people suffer bullying. DNS abuse has the core aspect of tricking people to lose money because you now put a fake site behind a legitimate site, and payments are passed to bad actors and stuff like that. That's the whole essence. And to a large extent, there's the identity theft that comes with it, where your identity is used to perpetrate some kind of fraud, and in the real life can pass on to putting some criminal charges against such a person. So it is very important for businesses to be interested in this particular aspect of the work that the BC is involved in, such that we are able to have a louder voice, a louder cry to ensure that our businesses the proceeds of our businesses and our operations do not fall into the hands of bad actors, and it looks like nobody is doing anything about it, just sitting there and passing the buck. To this extent, I would want to encourage members who are, the audience, and even ask that you help us reach out to other players in the industry, businesses, any business that has an operation that depends on the internet is very welcome to be a part of the business constituency. So I want to use this opportunity and this platform to encourage that we have businesses join us. AfICTA is a trade association, like I say, and they are they have been an active part of the business constituency for long. I want to encourage that your business and people who who run businesses that operate on the internet should join the business constituency. Our website is icanbc.org.org. And when you hit /join us, /join, you will find the application page to join the BC. It's not a very long process. The form is not too heavy to fill. And in about a week thereabouts, we will, a week or two, we will reach a decision and get back to such companies. So I want to use this opportunity to get more people interested in this topic of DNS abuse. It can affect you as a business, or it could affect you as a user, and you need to be on board. Thank you very much, Henry, for this opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Roberts. Perhaps I could just ask a question. If we talking about DNS abuse, oftentimes we might say, oh, we do not have registries, GTLD registries in Africa. We do not have registries, GTLD registries in Africa. So how does it concern the African?
Thank you for that. Yeah, thank you for that very, very wonderful question. For those of us in Africa, like you said, we could tend to be laid back because all the major registries are in the global north, the Americas and co. But the truth is, from studies we've done, even up till yesterday, we can say for a fact that the population of users of the domain name from places external to Nigeria. So Nigeria's domain name brand is, for us, our CCTLD is .ng. But even asking our registrars, we found out that over 60% of registrations that are done in Nigeria are for the likes of .com and co. So the .ng brand itself hasn't had that much adoption compared to the GTLDs or the new GTLDs. So to this fact, a lot of companies in Nigeria and the rest of Africa are either using have a .com website, .com domain name, .org or .net. All the legacy GTLDs are still thriving in our domain. So to that much effect, we are impacted. To that much effect, we are exposed. And as long as we keep having the legacy TLDs in use within our community, we stand to have this issue. For .ng, the scenario is that we don't even have that much level of abuse because it costs some money to get and maintain .ng. And the hackers and the spammers and DNS abuse guys don't want to waste that money. They just go for sites that cost $1, some sites that are free, and they use that to spam people. They use it for like 3 days max, and they drop it. But you can't do that with the .ng. If it's going to cost you some 5,000 thereabouts, to buy a domain name alone, you won't want to use that to scam people. So the pricing for our domain has made it unattractive for DNS abuse compared to the GTLDs. Thank you for that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Roberts. So invariably what you're saying is that the low cost domain names have contributed massively to the DNS abuse system.
Definitely.
Okay, thank you so much for that. I think we should be coming to the end of this session. I would like to add that perhaps if you decide to join the BC, we have 3 different categories of membership. The category 1, which is that means you have 10 or more employees in your kitty, and the fee is $1,000 for membership. We have category 2, which is for associations with members based in only one ICANN region. You would have your membership fee as $500, and then you have category 3, which is for micro enterprise for companies with fewer than 10 members, and or maybe the annual revenue less than $500,000, and your membership fee is $200. But I have good news for you. This is Africa, and then we enjoy because we are from we're from a region where we are a developing nation, and so because of that, we enjoy 70% discount on all those fees that I had earlier mentioned. That means if you're in category 3, if you take 70% of the $200, you will be left with $60 as your membership fee for the year. And the same applies to the $500, that is the membership fee for category 2, and the same applies to membership fee of $1,000 for category 3. So I believe that African businesses there is that need for us to be part of this. Today, it might look like we're not in it, but by the time these policies start affecting our businesses, it might be too late to join. Let's all come on board and be part of the ICANN business constituency. I want to thank the ICANN BC for their sponsorship of this session. We appreciate you. Thank you, Lawrence, for your continued support as the Vice Chair of Finance and Operations.
Thank you for having me.
Dr. Jimson Olufuye, we cannot thank you enough for your immeasurable support and push. Keep pushing us, we'll get there someday. Mr. Jijola, thank you so much for, albeit an impromptu co-opting you into the session, but thank you so much for your contributions. I want to thank everybody for taking up time to be part of this BC session. We hope to see you again on at the BC meeting or on the mailing list of the BC or at the AfICTA Summit in the year to come. Thank you all so much. Do have a lovely rest of the sessions.
Thank you all.
Over to you, Chair. Tabo, I'm yielding the floor back to you to continue with the rest of the activities for the day.
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear, Secretary.
Maybe the chair is trying to turn on his microphone. While we wait. Okay.
Thank you. Much appreciated. I'm trying to get my video and mic going, and it's just not coming through for one reason or another. I would like to highly appreciate the panelists and the moderator, Rinola. Much appreciated for the session. Thanks, Dr. Jimson. We highly appreciate your input and your wisdom when it comes to these topics. And I also like to appreciate Mr. Olawale for actually coming through, even though he was in transit. He made sure that he actually come in and contribute. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like that let's continue with the engagements. I think we have got access to the Q&A here. If there's any question that comes through, just do that. If you want to connect, also connect with the members that are here. We've got attendees as well as panelists. It's important that we connect with regards to these matters of importance. Just connect with each other, ask the questions through the platform, and also let's just get the conversation going. For now, let's just have a leg stretch and have a little bit of coffee until our next session. We will pay the bills in between just by exposing you also to our sponsors and our partners so that you are aware of them. We will come back at past. I think it's about 19 minutes from now. So let's get back here and get together at that point in time. For now, let's just have a leg stretch. Thank you.
You know how critical information technology is to your business. From human resources to marketing, your enterprise systems allow you to run your business smoothly, connecting departments with each other, with customers, and with the globe. In fact, without information technology, your business might just as well go back to the dark ages. But you know this, which is why you employ the cleverest, brainiest, smartest individuals to run your hardware and software. Or do you? Are you entirely sure that the people running the core of your business are the professionals you think they are? Or could they be the Trojans you hope they're not? Good questions. At the Institute of IT Professionals South Africa, we can help you answer these questions and more because we've been doing it for over 60 years. We help set the high standards for the ICT profession, maintain codes of conduct and ethics, endorse standards, share knowledge, and generally keep government, industry, and practitioners singing from the same code sheet. As an enterprise member of the Institute of IT Professionals South Africa, you can safeguard your business and data by ensuring the ICT professionals you employ really are that, with the ethics, skills, and qualifications that your company demands, whilst ensuring we continue to develop highly skilled talent for generations to come. So, now's a good time to ask, Are you sure you can trust the holders of the digital keys to your business? If not, enroll your ICT professionals now with the IIT-PSA to secure the highest ICT standards for your business.
Hooray, it's our 10th anniversary. We are Africa Information and Communication Technologies Alliance.
AfICTA
is a private sector-led alliance of ICT associations, multinational corporations, companies, organizations, and individuals in the ICT sector in Africa. Our vision is to fulfill the promise of the digital age for everyone in Africa. And our mission is to encourage multi-stakeholder dialogue, fostering accelerated and ICT-enabled development in Africa and the use of cutting-edge innovative technologies including mobile, computing and satellite technologies to achieve an information society in Africa. We organize non-government ICT stakeholders in Africa for effective local and continental advocacy. We are the focal point for Africa ICT advocacy in the global digital economy. We promote constant improvement in African digital literacy in collaboration with stakeholders. We create regional economic commissions towards realizing global sustainable development targets for Africa. We support effective dialogue between members and policymakers. We promote business partnerships between members and their associations members. We contribute to capacity development by promoting best practices, encouraging regional projects, sharing data, skills, expertise, events, business announcements, SAL, Egypt, Main One Cable Company, Afinoid.ng, Wagost, Digilexis, Techlaw, Fintrack, Computer Society of Kenya, EATPSA, ITSL, and many more. There's a world of benefits to our members, among which are, but not limited to, advocacy and liaison with national government in support of member initiatives, product and service endorsements on a continental level, identification of business opportunities, conducting research, strengthening the African brand, providing membership services, promotion of member product and services, opportunities in global associations, partnering with stakeholders, universities, civil society, ICT users. Events and Development Program, partner in developing incubators and technology parks, advise on procurement policies to support local industry, encouraging associations. Join us as we celebrate our 10 years of making giant strides in the ICT world in Africa.
AfICTA,
fulfilling the promise of the digital age for everyone in Africa.
Happy anniversary, AfICTA. We are all very proud that after 10 years of dedication, professionalism, and hard work, AfICTA has become one of the most recognized and trusted organizations in Africa and in the whole world. I have been honored to witness the beginning of this journey back in 2014, when Egypt hosted the second conference and trade fair on the margin of Cairo ICT. Since then, a lot of achievements have been happening in Africa, driven by AfICTA. I would like to express my gratitude, respect, and thanks to each and every person who has contributed to this success. Members, executives, board members, chairman, and lastly, the advisory board. I would like to express special thanks to Dr. Jameson Olive and Dr. Hussam El-Gamal because their extraordinary effort, passion, and belief to this major achievement. We have great hopes that in the coming 10 years, AfICTA will have a greater impact on the welfare of our citizens in Africa, and the role that AfICTA is going to play will be a major one. We are all dedicated, committed to make each and every effort possible to continue the success and to have more impact in the future. Once again, happy anniversary, AfICTA.
Happy 10th anniversary, AfICTA. On May 1st, 2012, IT associations and stakeholders in 6 African countries from Nigeria, Kenya, Egypt, South Africa, Tunisia, and the Gambia came together to launch the Africa ICT Alliance, AfICTA. It was a memorable day that heralded a new ICT story for Africa, where for the first time we were able to tell our stories on the world stage at the United Nations, the African Union, International Chamber of Commerce, and at other important international forums. From 6 countries to 38 countries with ICT associations and private sector stakeholders across Africa. I wish to congratulate the AfICTA Advisory Council members, led by my humble self, and the board, ably led by Mr. Thabo Masegwani, the chair of the board, and Paul Roney, deputy chair, and the regional vice chairman, the secretariat, and all members for keeping the vision, mission, and objective of AfICTA alive. I would like to use this opportunity to thank the African Union, United Nations Department for Economic and Social Affairs, UNECA, ICC, and ICC basis, IGF Secretariat, and many other friends of AfICTA, including late Marilyn Cade of blessed memory, for their support. Let's continue to work together, collaborate with other stakeholders, and champion our commitment to Africa's digital future towards the fulfillment of the promise of the digital age for everyone in Africa. For the next 10 years, when we think more local and act more local, taking innovative actions, working together, I'm optimistic Africa's digital future will be written in many areas for increased ICT-driven digital economy for the prosperity of our people. I believe we can do it, and let us continue to do it together. Happy 10th anniversary, AfICTA, wishing us a greater future ahead.
You're not just any kind of ICT professional, but how do you stand out from the rest of the ICT crowd and let the world know you've got the skills, ethics, sense of service, and pride to be an ICT professional that makes it to the top? You need to become a member of the IITPSA, the Institute of Information Technology Professionals South Africa. because we're all about promoting the ICT professional and helping our members take their skills and career paths to IP3 internationally and SACWA locally. IITPSA accreditation ensures local and international employers see you as an ICT professional who's qualified to the highest standards technically and ethically, meaning greater recognition, industry respect, career advancement, promotion, better salaries, and an all-round happier life. IITPSA members also get exclusive opportunities such as seminars, workshops, discounted entry to ICT conferences, access to top international experts, and involvement in the coveted IT Personality of the Year award. The IITPSA has more than 50 years' experience creating networks throughout South Africa, connecting ICT professionals with commerce, industry, and government to help form policy and drive global best practices. Becoming a member of the IITPSA is easier than brewing a cup of Java. Log on to our site, click the Become a Member button, fill in your details and attach the requested documents, and we'll be in touch with you quicker than you can say IITPSA. So if you're the kind of ICT professional who wants to stand out from the ICT crowd, be recognized as one of the best in the business, and are ready to take your career to new heights, then go to our website iitpsa.org.za to find out more and become a member now.
Welcome back. Much appreciated for all those videos. I hope you are refreshed, and you can we can now continue with the program of the day. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to session number 6, which is a panel discussion on cybersecurity strategies to support Africa's digital economy. This will be led by Mr. Abdul Hakim Ajijola. I will hand over to him to lead the discussion as a moderator for session number 6. Mr. Abdul, over to you.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. I just want to check. Is Walter around? Okay. Rokomia, Sorin, Professor Sebo, and Yusuf Kilo, because they are the panelists. So without them, there will be no panel. If you could just let me know that you are here, either on the chat or put on your screen. Okay, Walter, you are here?
Yes, I am, sir. How are you?
Very well. How's everything? What about our other colleagues?
I'm not sure, eh?
Tokomia, I don't see her.
Yeah, but when I was trying to join, I was struggling. It was kicking me off. So they might also be experiencing the same issue for now.
Some challenges, yes. Okay.
There's Serena here as well. I think
okay, Serena is here. Excellent. Welcome, Serena. Sorry, I didn't see her face on the screen. What about... Hello, yes.
Can we promote Professor Sebotladi to be a panelist? She is here, but I think on attendees.
Oh dear. Okay, Professor. Secretariat, can you promote him, please? Welcome.
Hi all.
Hi all. What about Yusuf Kelo?
Yusuf Kilo is chairing an intervention with government. He said he'll join. Let me just get him as you go through with the session.
Great. Okay. So let's kick off. Thank you all very, very much, especially the audience, for being part of us and joining us today. It was very useful, the earlier session, to learn more about the ICANN business constituency. And certainly it was enlightening to try and get some more insight into the issues surrounding DNS abuse. So, welcome to the audience and our esteemed panelists. Welcome, Walter. I don't know if Toko and you said Yusuf would join us a bit later. Soreen, welcome, and Professor Sebo, you are very welcome.
Sorry, moderator, I think Toko is struggling to connect.
Okay. Can the Secretariat please help to maybe to promote her or otherwise?
Okay, I'm on it. I'll see to that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. So as we move forward under the broad thematic of Africa's digital future, fostering a new paradigm, we are here to discuss cybersecurity strategies to support Africa's digital economy. As I had mentioned earlier in the last session, Mikko Happonen notes that we are no longer protecting or securing computers, we are securing society. And I'd also mentioned that the International Finance Corporation had projected that by 2025, Africa's internet economy has the potential to reach $180 billion US. And it went on further to project that by 2050, the potential contribution could reach $712 billion US. I had also mentioned in my impromptu remarks that the Africa's population has risen from or projected to rise from 1.3 billion in 2019 to 2.5 billion by 2050. So there are a lot of people to protect, and certainly there's a lot of business to protect. Now, complementing this, the numbers I just mentioned, is the general growth of ICT, especially mobile technologies, which have already generated 1.7 million jobs across the continent and currently contributes about $144 billion to Africa's economy. And certainly there's significant room for growth. Now, when it comes to Africa's cyber security strategy adoption, it has been observed that only 22 out of the 54 African countries, about 40%, according to the UN ITU, really have, gone through a firm cybersecurity development and implementation process. Now, there may be other nations making progress, but these have not yet been noted in the ITU statistics. Professor Nathaniel Allen of the National Defense University and I published a paper titled Africa's Lessons in Cyber Strategy. And we found that really only Eswatini, Kenya, and Tanzania, and Mauritius had actually met all the parameters of the key elements of strategy design. And these parameters are the threat assessment, which identifies the scope and scale of national cyber threats, a plan of action, which are concrete goals and actions to address intended threats or expected threats, a timeline, which includes implementation dates and milestones, and certainly responsibilities to assign roles and responsibilities for all stakeholders within that jurisdiction. And also, very importantly, the resources, provisions for funding the implementation. As a Nigerian, my country is not there, and the reason is, though we got about 80% right, the institutional mechanism for driving this has still not come on stream. So as we discuss, I'd be grateful if the speakers would focus on solutions and the way forward. And also, I would like them to clarify their thoughts and possibly make suggestions on the linkages, if any, of cybersecurity to the African Union Agenda 2063 or other continental programs. And also, the second issue is, does cybersecurity have any relationship with the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement? Since the agreement itself really says little or nothing about digital. Also, good news, last week, Gambia was the 14th African nation to ratify the African Convention on Cybersecurity and Data Protection, aka the Malabo Convention. And thus we need one more country for it to enter into effect. And I would ask the esteemed panel what suggestions they can make towards its implementation. After the first set of questions by the moderator, we'll have the panelists address us each for about 5 minutes, 4 or 5 minutes each, and then I'll ask them a few questions. And then may I humbly ask the audience to type in their questions into the chat. And this is so that we keep our momentum so the panelists can address those questions. So let me kick off with Walter. Again, in the context of cybersecurity strategies to support Africa's digital economy, what has Africa done right, in your opinion, Walter?
Thank you, sir. Sorry, I was on mute. The biggest cliche of COVID-19 and working remotely. Well, Africa, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, by the way. So Africa, in my opinion, has done a lot of things right. There's no magic pill, there's no silver bullet, but at the end of the day, we need to appreciate the efforts, considering that most of these countries are coming from the ground, going up. Why do I say so? Look at countries like South Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, which we believe are the play host to the Silicon Valleys of Africa. These countries are churning out cybersecurity specialists by the day, and they offer services to the first world. So in essence, in Africa, we have, how can I say, we've the people, we can create a culture. So how do I put this? Okay, so educate the people, give them value, because most of these standards organizations we have around the world, your SANS, your ISC will tell you the human is the weakest link. So empower the human, and then you don't have to spend so much on all of those technologies that we have discovered are now not as efficient as before. And cybersecurity keeps on moving, eh? We started saying network security, now we talk of data security, we talk of zero trust. So essentially, if we keep on informing the people and moving forward, we are doing the correct things. Look at our governments. They are not moving as fast as we would like them, but they are also making an effort. They are creating the legislation. It might not be enforced, because you'll find that in most countries, when you want to enforce something like data that was expropriated from a device, it's still adjudicated under common law. It's still considered like a common theft. So our governments are creating laws, right, to try and address cybersecurity, which is a good thing. The movement towards enforcing, that's where we lack. And at the same time, also having equipped and empowered people. I digress, but I remember an article from Japan from 2018, where their cybersecurity minister had never touched a computer before. We have a joke in the cybersecurity community where we say, if you want the perfect or the most secure system, it must be air-gapped. So by having that Japanese minister who never touched security skills, we have learned that all of us are at risk. So you'll find that all our financial institutions, all our telecommunications companies, all the companies that we consider to be technologically advanced have gone on campaigns to assist the consumers of their products to understand that they are at risk, which is such a huge plus. And this is something that was never there before. And you'll find that even the telecommunications companies or these other internet companies, they are slowly but surely migrating into companies or organizations that offer professional services with regards to cybersecurity. So what this essentially does is we now have tech cores that are spreading or evangelizing cybersecurity as a discipline. It means that we get to touch more and more people because all of these organizations have got databases that have got a lot of consumers. So this is all happening in Africa. I know sometimes we play second fiddle to the other countries from the so-called first world, but in this particular instance where we're talking of cybersecurity, I do believe Africa is on the right. It's on the right path. We might not be at the top of our game, but we are doing something right. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And thank you for keeping well within time. I think I noticed Thoko was online. Do you have any initial thoughts on this particular topic of that we're discussing, security strategies to support Africa's digital economy?
Yes, thank you so much for inviting me to the floor. And I think that firstly, this is a really important topic for us to be looking at within the African context specifically. It's already been mentioned in terms of the investment that's going into the space. It's already been highlighted that we have South Africa and Kenya and Nigeria that are now burgeoning in terms of a startup economy and looking at innovation landscapes and how these are growing and how these are actually developing to become, you know, the centers of business across Africa. These areas specifically are bringing out much more localized solution and much more Black-owned economic empowerment companies, as well as local investment into sector. So just with anything that is cyber, that is innovative, it's gone digital. And the minute that it goes digital, there is an immediate need for looking at the risks that are involved with cyber threats, with cyber proximity, with just basically the penetration onto the online space. So absolutely, it's so critical that not only we're having this conversation, but that we're finding sort of localized solutions for cybersecurity and actually creating defensive techniques, defensive tactics against these cyber threats. It's most important at this point that we also look at the how. If we are going to look at our methodology, we'll better be able to access the types of problems that exist, the threats that exist, industry happenings, market trends, and understanding this is going to be what leads to the innovative burgeon. And in Africa as a whole, there's a huge need for cyber protection. We are one of the greatest countries in terms of malware attacks. There's a global proliferation, of course, of malware and software embedded viruses that pose in front as other information pieces, whether it be adverts online, particularly within the Android space, and especially for Android mobile devices, infecting these devices, phishing for the user's information, and without the appropriate protection, our users themselves are not safe online. The information is not safe online. And it is unfair to put users in that position where we actually have an increasing reported number of malware and other content embedded viruses. Just as I've mentioned, data protection, private protection of intellectual property. These are also areas that we need to really hone in when it comes to cybersecurity and look at the threats that are erupting as a result of intellectual property theft, and POPIA Acts should be updated to reach the current state of information at the moment, which is rampant, that users, both consumers and producers, are not aware of how to protect personal information online, how to protect personal information, how to prevent data breaches, how to actually use information correctly to fuel the internet, that there's appropriate disposal of information post activity. And I mean, when we're talking about the mega breaches, we're talking about at a state and at an individual level. We recently had a case in South Africa where the credit bureaus was infiltrated, and millions of South Africans had their credit histories, their credit data, all basically dating back as far as the record shows. And that kind of information to be leaked and to just have been phished is extremely concerning, but also highlights the nature of cybercrime and cyber criminals and how they're actually leveraging on the dark web, on the black web to better be able to leverage on this opportunity. And that's where, we have an opportunity as well. With every threat, there's an opportunity. So it's how do we leverage on the dark web? How do we leverage on these dark internet spaces, maybe to create more ethical ways of hacking, looking at ethical hacking, looking at how do we actually invoice out these materials and put some sort of halt on the rampant cybercrime that's taking place, that's averaging across the ecosystem of Africa, to a decline in economic activity, to a decline in what we're trying to achieve in terms of growth of the internet and growth of the of data, of innovation, of creating traction for sustainable digital economy and sustainable growth in Africa. So yes, it's very, very important that we do note that even though we're in this digital economy, especially in South Africa, our economy is looking much more towards electronic goods now, mobile phones, tablets, laptops, TVs, and we need to be safe and look at how are we integrating the devices with the software, and how we integrating that with the protection of individual, because we do have a human right, which is to be protected online. And the entrepreneurs are also looking at how can we protect different peoples online? Because of course, the digital space is also a gendered space. It's also algorithmically a racialized space. It's also algorithmically a space which is disempowering towards children. And we need to understand how are we making sure that in this digital economy in South Africa, we're actually using the opportunity of cybersecurity that is presented, that we allowing the investments to come through, but that we're protecting the users, the consumers, and the producers within the digital economy, that our citizens actually have access to a safe environment when they're online, safe digital tools when they're online.
Okay, I think we are over time here.
Oh, sorry, this was sentence.
Because Walter was so kind, he donated some of your time to you. So thank you. But hold some of the thoughts, and we'll come back. And also, Walter, thank you for donating some of your time. Very quickly, Professor Sebo, what are your initial thoughts, please, given the topic, cybersecurity strategies to support Africa's digital economy?
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. We can hear you.
All right. Okay, it seems if I have a problem with my video, so if you allow me, Chair, I'll continue. Let me first thank, thanks. Let me start thanking AfICTA for the invite. Not only that, congratulations to you on reaching your 10th year anniversary. Moving along with the discussions, and I'm thankful to the previous two speakers because they had highlighted some of the most important things that are needed when you're dealing with cybersecurity. We need to know that when you're dealing with cybersecurity, then we are dealing with a collection of tools, policies, security concepts, training, best practices, assurances, technologies, etc. And we see that in Africa, there have been strides made, whether the turn of the century with different member states enacting legislation, either on Electronic Communications and Transactions Act or Data Protections Act, or now the Cyber Crimes Act. And Chair, I just want to highlight that South Africa had just promulgated its Cyber Crimes Act of 2021, Cyber Crimes Act 19 of 2021, so that you could also update the status of South Africa. Having said that, you spoke, Chair, about, you mentioned the 2063, the Agenda 2063 agenda, and I'd just like to highlight that even though there isn't any mention there on digital or cyber or anything, you might as well understand that this was just a blueprint and a master plan for transforming Africa into the global powerhouse of the future. When I went through the 2063 plan with its aspirations, I could see terms that speaks to that, whether creating an ICT space that will be safer for all citizens and other measures. But what's interesting is that we see moving on other policies or instruments that speaks to that. We see that there's in 2020, there's been an implementation of the digital transformation policy, the 2020 to 2031. Which also speaks to the issues that we are addressing here, and there is a dedication really to cybersecurity. When I look at these policies and the model laws and the conventions, whether the Malabo or the SADC model laws on cyber crimes and stuff, they always refer back to where it started, the aspirations of 2023. So you can see that there is a threat that Africa is trying its best to get to that world stage that they are seeking to. And with that, someone said, we are talking also about the 4IR, I think it was Toko mentioning the AIs and algorithms and stuff. And we know in South Africa that is what the discriminatory nature of not only, the inequalities in the country itself, but you see those also playing themselves out on the internet. Recently, the South African Human Rights had to do some conducted inquiries on the advertising industry of South Africa, whereby they had published, some of the industry had published advertisements online which were discriminatory. And we see that also applying. And we see, I think that for me, what comes to mind is the declaration, African Declaration of on Internet Rights and Freedoms, which was also implemented in 2018. Which really gives rise to, addressing rights of users online, their human rights, speaks to data openness, diversity, privacy, access, equality, etc. Whether we are making strides, I think it's a first step that we are having all these laws and policies. Obviously, they were speaking to each other. The 2063 is a 50-year plan. It had also its 10-year milestone plan, whereby they needed to do other things. We'll still see what they have done so far in that regard, but we should be complimenting the continent for that. And I think one last thing on my side is this: while we are talking about the 4IR and the AIs and stuff, we need to understand that as one has, Benyera has noted, that is the 4IR, especially for Africa or South Africa or whichever country we find ourselves in the continent, is 4IR a curse or a cure? And we need to look at it from that. But he goes on to say that we need to also take into account, the history of the continent itself, whether it's colonization, it's apartheid in South Africa, when we are dealing with those issues. So with these policies and model laws, directing us to the right direction. Of course, there are challenges, whether it's language barriers, whether it's cultural barriers, whether it's the misalignment of the laws themselves or policies. That is something that also needs to be addressed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it, and you kept within time. Soreen, you have about 5 minutes just to address some of the issues around cybersecurity strategies to support Africa's digital economy. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, moderator, and thank you all the previous speaker. And Professor Sibo said most of the things I would like to say, but there are a few things that I would like to add. I think if we look at the trade, when I talk about Africa, I just want to talk about it from AU's initiative perspective. I don't want to talk about from country level. African Union has led a few initiatives, including the Agenda 20 2063. As Professor Sebo said, it is just a blueprint and a master plan for transforming Africa. Yes, they didn't clearly say cybersecurity is the cornerstone of the digital transformation they are striving to go. Sometimes that is the biggest challenge, because cybersecurity has been looked at as an afterthought or a cross-cutting thematic area instead of a cornerstone or a foundation pillar for all digital transformation we are aspiring to. Then if we look back, the Malabo Convention is one of the proactive things we did as a continent. Having said that, we adopted it back in 2014. We are still struggling in 2022. Yes, as you acknowledge, moderator, the Gambia ratified it a few days ago. Yes, it is a right step forward. But having said that, even not having 15 countries, it is for us to sit down and think why. Our approach to Malabo Convention, was it human-centric or people-centric? Were we inclusive? Are we also addressing the issue of, okay, everybody, like we need 50 people, 50 countries, then after the 50 countries, then what? Where is the implementation leading? So what can we learn? The Malabo Convention came before the Agenda 2063. Then we came back with African Union digital transformation strategies. So all these things are, when they come, we didn't have the framework for Malabo Convention. That was the credible framework for cybersecurity for the African region to flourish in. So it's something to think back. Whenever we push something, do we have an enabling environment or framework for it to flourishing in? So one thing it keep on rising up is, how do we make cybersecurity the top agenda or the top priority, or getting the political buy-in? Yes, African Union, through the convention, they are trying to put or get the political buy-in in, but how do we make cybersecurity a top of agenda? And most importantly, as an African or as a continent, do we have a cybersecurity strategy? Do we have an African cybersecurity agenda which will guide the whole continent as it is? Yes, I acknowledge the importance of looking at us as a continent, but also we have to recognize the different level of development skills or priority that we have for cybersecurity. How do we accompany those differences between countries? Those things will help us to move forward, because they have positive development, but how do we keep each other going to the same direction? Issues like, for example, you raised the issue of the single digital market. Yes, they never verbalized cybersecurity, or cybersecurity is not the prominent topic, but you cannot have digital single market without having a resilient digital or a digital ecosystem. Not have trust and resilience is very important to have a digital single market. So how do we go back and make cybersecurity the top priority in all these talk or agreement, or maybe moving forward, because there are so many initiatives going on? How do we put cybersecurity on the top of the agenda is the most important thing. In cybersecurity, one thing I want to say, if I'm finishing time, tell me, cybersecurity is a multidimensional thing. It's not only a legal framework or policy framework. There are so many things that comes together, from culture and skills, knowledge and capacity, institutional capacity that we need, technical capacity we need. Each one of them, they need to be at a maturity level, but all of them need to work in synergy for them to create the cybersecurity that we need. And cooperation, not only at a continental level, we need cooperation at a national level between different sectors. We need cooperation at a regional level, and cooperation between south to south, north to south, and triangulation cooperation for us to move forward, because cybersecurity is just a shared responsibility. No one can solve the cybersecurity issue in isolation. Also, Africa as a continent alone cannot solve cybersecurity on their own. That's all for me for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sorin. Just to remind the audience, please type in your questions And when the time comes, I will ask them. Okay, good. I see two questions, Chris Waje and Advocate Luba. When we finish with Yusuf, Yusuf, please, what are your thoughts on cybersecurity strategies to support Africa's digital economy? Hello, Yusuf, you're on mute still.
Okay, now I realized that.
Welcome.
Apologies. Apologies. Thank you very much, brother Abdul Hakim. Long time no see, by the way. So it's really good to see you. All right. I'm very pleased to hear other previous speakers that spoke at length on a number of things that probably some of them I wanted to highlight. I think one thing that I'm very happy now to see is that I think all of our most of our African countries, if not all of them, have realized that we need technology if we want to enhance or we want to move forward in terms of growing our economy, if we want to speed up our development as a continent. So that's one thing that I'm extremely happy to see most of African countries that have seen that as one of the very key important things. But one thing that they forget is that as we invest heavily on technology in order to enhance job creation, speeding up way we deliver services to our people and many other things that we can do through technology, they forget that they come along with the risk. Cybersecurity, cyber crimes, cyber challenges, cyber threats are all over. I remember the other time, last year, I was reading the Interpol report saying that the cyber crimes leads to the minimizing or reducing the GDP of African continent by 10%, which is actually equivalent to around 4.12 billion USD. This is a huge amount of money that we keep losing because of cybercrime in our African continent. So I think our leaders and the leaders of different governments need to come up with strong strategies, things that they can push the agenda of cybersecurity in our own countries. Speaking of Tanzania, currently we have pushed the agenda of e-commerce through the government entity called Posta. So people are investing, or people are doing a lot of e-commerce nowadays. You sell your equipment from whenever you are and they deliver it here and there. The transaction, they're trying to go, they're trying to implement cashless. In a government, we have systems that people can pay everywhere they are and all these kind of things. So the money keep on moving on the digital platforms. So these put our countries and in Africa at risk. So I think there is a need for us to enhance or to talk more on informing decision makers that as we enjoy the joy that come along with the technology, then we should not forget that it has a lot of challenges that we need to put a lot of efforts to make sure that at least we reduce at a certain level. Because I think if you look at it, for example, ourselves in the country, we have started putting a lot of initiative when it comes to combat cyber crime or cyber challenges in the country. Although we can't have the actual statistics showing where were we and how are we moving forward, but at least there are several initiatives. For example, Cybersecurity Awareness Month of October, we have done a tremendous job across many regions in the country. And also, we are pushing the agenda of capacity building, making sure that our people are equipped with the know-how of how we can build up the skills of our individuals and so on and so on. But I believe that you have said that when I joined the conference, that Malabo Convention, we still have one country to join so that we can be at least accepted and start, we can move forward from there. I believe that also will be a game changer in the field of cybersecurity in our continent. So for me, I would say to start with, I would encourage more of us that we are in the field of cybersecurity, this knowledge to tell people as often and as constant as we can that there is a need for us not only to invest on cybersecurity, not only to invest on technology and enjoy the joy that comes along with technology, but as well to put a lot of effort to make sure that our cyberspace is indeed safe. Let me begin there because I don't want to use as much time. Then later on, I can add some more thoughts on the subject. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very, very much. Just a reminder, if you do have questions, please type them in because we're trying to keep the momentum going. If I may go back to Walter, I actually asked you a question. Maybe you still have some thoughts to share with us before I ask you some of the questions from the floor. Walter, do you have any other thing you'd like to add? Because I asked you the question instead of asking you just to air your thoughts generally.
Sorry, Akim, can you come again? I lost you there for a bit. The joys of technology.
I was actually at the beginning supposed to give you 5 minutes to just give your general views on the topic. And instead, I asked you a question which you very kindly answered. Do you have any general views you'd like to share with us before we move forward?
Oh, yes, that's fine. So
okay.
I just remembered that in the past week, the Arab community or the Arab world, they actually had a cybersecurity symposium. It was something big. So you'd find that the countries in the north of Africa would have been invited. So that I would like Africa to emulate such. Whoever will be the driver, maybe the African Union or organizations like AfICTA, if we can come to propagate such conferences. The Western world, they've got their DEFCON, they've made everyone aware because of such gatherings. South Africa, I think, has been trying very hard. They've got B-sides in Cape Town, in Joburg, they've got EXO, but you'll find that these conferences are still just attracting very small numbers, considering that the cybersecurity professional community is still very small, based on the fact that people consider the discipline to be niche. So I find that if we can have more gatherings that are publicized, that are streamed like this, we can actually be evangelists for cybersecurity, and we can actually help propagate. I also do find that in Africa, we really don't have career guidance. So personally, I stumbled into cybersecurity. 2010, when Sony was hacked, I was just finishing my undergraduate degree. And then I thought, how did these guys get in? Maybe I should learn hacking, hence my path for certified ethical hacking. But during the process, I realized that there's a buzz about people trying to break things. Where's the security? Where's the policeman? That's where the future is, because right now everyone's trying to break into things. So if you come across as a defender, then you are actually going to be someone who's going to be very useful. And back in those days, it was still just network security. So you were basically just firewalls, your blue coats and stuff like that, yeah. So it's for the discipline has been growing, and I'm very happy about that. And I actually like the strides that Africa has been making to try and catch up with the rest of the world.
Excellent. Thank you. If I may go back to Prof. One of our guests, Mr. Chris Uwaje. First of all, he has a proposition. He would wish to propose for an African-wide legislation for the establishment of free kindergarten education fund for Africa. Now, that is his proposition, which is for all of us to think about. And I'd like you to keep this in mind, but his specific question, number one, was, can Africa attain a smart digital future without a unified cybersecurity curriculum in our education ecosystem? Professor Sebo. Hello. Okay, looks like she's gone off. Thoko, are you still around, please?
Yeah.
Hello. Okay.
Hi. Yes.
Can I ask you a slightly different question? We'll come back to Prof when she comes back online. And this goes to Mr. Uwaje's second question. And that is, can a proactive, sustainable cybersecurity and digital economy mission be attained without deploying cybersecurity awareness lessons in Africa's over 5 million kindergarten and preschool domains?
You know what? I think this is a very interesting question, and it's across the board that we actually need this Africa-wide education on cybersecurity specifically. You know, I think a lot of what's happening at the moment is not just at kindergarten level, but at a social level, at a societal level. We need states to come in and actually proliferate information which advocates for greater cyber hygiene, as well as online security, online safety, protection of personal information, and overall a social cybersecurity framework for mass population education. You know, and if we're going to be administering innovation to the public, we also need to be providing public administration of people once they are on these digital spaces. So yes, absolutely. I think that it will be to our demise if we're going to be looking at growing innovation, growing platforms, growing technology, but we're not providing our citizens with the appropriate education on this front. And I think that's also something that, you know, needs to come to the forefront. Whether it's for farmers in rural areas, whether it's for hospital staff, you know, now digitizing records and upkeep, whether it's, you know, in any sphere, basically. And the next generation are the ones that we need to protect because they didn't ask for this. And we have to make sure that we're creating a safe world for them.
Thank you. Soreen, Advocate Nsaluba has basically 3 or 4 questions, but let me just throw the first to you. If you could answer it in under 2 minutes, maybe a minute and a half. Soreen, how do we see the interface of the various stakeholders responsible for cybersecurity across the globe?
As I mentioned during my opening, cybersecurity is a multi-stakeholder interaction in every role, every stakeholder, including the citizen, have a role to play. As one of, I think Walter or Yusuf said, human being the weakest link in the chain of cybersecurity. So if none of the stakeholders are playing their role, we won't have a culture of cybersecurity. For instance, the role of civil society, for example, usually ignored in cybersecurity community. Even me coming from a technical field, people feel that cybersecurity is a technical measure, but if you are not involving the civil society who are there to advocate, who are there to make sure that accountability is there, then it will be, I think, a failed process. So all multi-stakeholder partnership need to be sustainable and meaningful relationship that need to be built to have a proper cybersecurity ecosystem. I think I just want to highlight one thing. During the opening, the moderator mentioned that how the African free trade didn't even mention cybersecurity because the assumption is they are trying to have an agreement on trade, but they are failing to understand the digital single market also need the foundation pillar of cybersecurity. So people from cybersecurity community, stakeholder from cybersecurity community should be on the table when those draft of agreement needs to be in place. Sometimes that is the biggest problem when we come to implementation because we don't involve the necessary stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go over to Yusuf. Again, for a follow-up question. If you could please keep it to a minute and a half, I'd be grateful. And the question is, why do we have an increase in cyber threats despite the increase in legislative provisions across states that deal with cyber crimes? Where is the link and how do we deal with it? Noting that the domestication of NFTs within blockchain, what are the interventions to educate the rural persons as society is cyber zoned and smart citied? So really, why do we have an increase in cyber threats despite more legislation? Yusuf.
Thank you very much, Abdul Hakim. Actually, what I've always say is that we have a bigger challenge. Having laws in place, these legal frameworks in places cannot resolve the challenges by itself. It cannot make us our cyberspace safe at all. But we need a lot of other things in place. For example, most of the time you find countries, they have these cyber crime acts in places, but then people refuse to agree with the Cyber Crime Act. They say probably other country, they call it shut up laws, different names, they brand those particular laws, despite those laws coming in so that they can resolve challenges, they can make their life easier. We can prosecute people who are troubling us through cyberspace. So the problem here is that when the process of coming up with these laws, normally they don't really involve stakeholders, multi-stakeholders of different angles in most of African countries. This is a challenge, number one. But number two, when these laws are in place, which is something very good, then we don't expect these laws to be enforced if people are not aware. So then it comes the story of cybersecurity awareness. So we find countries that don't invest a lot in cybersecurity awareness. You can ask yourself, we had Cybersecurity Awareness Month in October this year. How many countries at a government level participated fully on this particular celebration, making sure that individuals from all angles, from rural and urban area, all of them get the benefit of learning how they can protect themselves from these attacks, how they can detect, and so on and so on. So because of these challenges, and then lack of collaboration, lack of, we don't have agencies in Africa which are strong dealing with cybersecurity and so on, then we keep seeing a lot of cybercrime keep on happening. We keep seeing a lot of people keep on falling victims because of these challenges. So this is, I think, quickly, because they give me a shorter time, I think I could say that is why we still have these challenges. We need to know more, to do more to change what we see currently. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. We are running low on time. So Walter, very quickly, would the ratification of the Malabo Convention assist in profiling cybersecurity continentally? Given the various states have extracted some elements into their ICT and data protection laws already, and apparently the latest African session on procurement in Africa highlighted the existence of legacy systems. What would the ratification of the convention assist in fast-tracking secure continental online payment and procurement systems to enable better sourcing as well as manage the costing paradigm? So Walter, can you do this in a minute, please?
Okay, cool, I'll try. So I am of the opinion that ratifying the Malabo Convention will actually allow for proliferation of a framework across the continent, right? So essentially what I'm trying to say is, if you have the framework going or governing across the continent and also allowing for prosecution that is standard across the continent, then it's actually going to make more and more countries aware and also allow people to start conforming. Because currently as it stands, if legislation only applies in your country and there's no extradition and the like, and your country does not observe cybersecurity crimes, you can get away with murder. But in this case, where we have a framework that is standard across and allows for the prosecution of the crimes, then it will allow for everyone to be judged on an even playing field. With regards to payments and the stuff, I would like to draw your attention to PCI. There are standards and protocols already in place across the world that MasterCard, Visa, and all financial institutions are held to. So these do apply already to ensure that we are protected without having to leverage back on government or national legislation. I will be willing to explain further if you reach out to me after the session.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Is Professor Sebo back, please? I can't see her name, but maybe she's under a pseudonym. Professor? Professor? Okay. If I could just go back to Yusuf. Could you reflect on how you have managed to have various sessions in your vernacular, given the jargon and the terms that are within cyberspace?
Thank you very much, Abdul Hakim. Actually, it's something that we currently try harder, because you see, for example, in Tanzania, most people, if you train or you speak with them with a different language apart from Swahili, they may not be able to capture well the message you're trying to deliver. So we do all we can to see how we can be able to translate and utilize our own way of explaining things in terms of cybersecurity, making sure that, because the message is clear. We want them, for example, not to click unwanted links. We want them not to share their password. We want them not to do this and that. So because of that, we translate those terminologies and translate all those things with the help of what we call AfICTA in our country. The organ that helps us translate English word into Swahili. Then we decided to utilize that language, because we believe most people will be able to grasp what we are saying. And because the target of us delivering this awareness program to rural areas and everywhere, schools, everywhere we go to, is to make sure that people understand our target, understand what we want them to do. So if we don't utilize the simplest way, because actually even I normally say most of the time, the key things for awareness to be effective in our countries, we must not only make it entertaining, but also make it easier for people to understand what we're trying to tell them. Because if you complicate things, they get bored. And after they get bored, they will not be able to understand what you're trying to say. And eventually it will not be effective. So we normally find different ways to make sure that things are done properly. But also, Abdul Hakim, my brother, I know you're chairing this African Union group of experts. You have also a big role to make sure that our African Union, the government officials there in African Union, they understand and they apply these knowledge of cybersecurity and be able to change things in our African countries, because I think we have a long way to go. Despite most of African countries, including my own country, Tanzania, now we have a blueprint for digital economy. We want to make sure that digital economy is on top of agenda in most of politicians in the country. So because of all this, we need to, and your position at African Union, I think you should be able to remind these government officials that we, despite of all these good things that comes along with technology, the digital economy that everyone wants, then there is a risk of cyber attacks. There is a risk that comes along with cyber attacks. And we have seen reports from all over that African economy is at risk because of cyber attacks. So we need to do something about it. I think you have a big role to play in that group of experts there at African Union, my brother. So I look forward to see more changes next time from our leaders.
Okay. Very, very quickly, let me just answer that by saying Aluta Continua Victoria Asserta. Very quickly, Dr. Jimson has noted that the UN research, they now have some new cybersecurity indicators related to GDP, internet penetration, and cybersecurity maturity. You can find this data on the website cd4ir.africa. I'm sure Jimson will have posted this on the chat as well. Soreen, there was an observation by Mr. Segun Olugbile. First of all, I think he concurs. He likes you pose the question, where is the implementation of the convention leading us in Africa. And really his question is it cybercrime investigation and prosecution to suit the EU demands or cybersecurity investment that will empower Africa? So Soreen, if you could do this in less than a minute, please.
Okay. Oh, yes, I have read his question. All I can say is I think we have to always contextualize to our own continent. I think that's the most important thing. Yes, the Malabo Convention ratification is right way to direction, but it's very important to understand and develop our context and develop solution that works for us. Be part of the co-creation of solution, because one of the biggest challenge we have is beyond the prosecution of cybercrime is we don't even own the data that we have. We always refer the cyber threat that we found at European or the greater north, but we don't really have even information to make and inform or evidence-based policies. So all I can say is going forward as an Africans, we need to contextualize whatever we need to do, be part of the co-creation of the solution, be it the policy or the legal framework, anything that will work for the community that we are in, because we know our community more than anybody else instead of just inheriting policies.
Excellent. Thank you very, very much. Sorry, I have to cut you off. We have about 2 minutes left. I just wanted to give Thoko 30 seconds, Thoko. Hamala asks, how do we decipher the issue of trust among the team who is to secure the system? Because it has been observed that those who are in positions of trust have breached the trust. So that's Amalara's question. Thoko, are you still with us?
Yes. Hi, Abdul Hakim. Yes, I'm here. And I think the first issue when it comes to trust is that there needs to be collaboration, openness, and transparency. As long as these principles are going to be open, that processes are transparent, thought processes are open, and that there is inclusivity in the decision making, it's absolutely critical that those three pillars are looked at and adhered to, and that's the solution. That's how we will get to ensuring trust.
Thank you very, very much. Professor Sebo, are you back yet? Okay, she's not back. We have, actually we are out of time. So let me just thank profusely the panelists. But more importantly, I need to thank the audience for being with us. Without you, frankly, we wouldn't be here. And certainly I wish to thank the audience, and the organizers. You've all made it possible and we appreciate your efforts. I would summarize by saying that no one else can make Africa better unless Africans do. And to achieve this, we must focus first and foremost on people, build human resource capacity, educate and empower citizens, leverage all citizens, women and youth and disadvantaged. The second area we need to focus on are the processes. We need to participate in global cyber norms and other developments. We need to adhere to global standards. We need to implement smart regulation. And certainly the third part of this is the technology. We need to develop and implement requisite infrastructure. And we need to engage in significant research development and innovation using, with indigenous solutions. So on that note, Africa must build proficiency in monitoring and navigating global economic, commercial, technology, and privacy and connectivity relationships as they, relate to cyberspace. And I'll just end with the comment by Raymond Mamata. From the look of things, it is important that we make cybersecurity part of the compulsory courses and lessons in schools from primary to university level. Staying safe in cyberspace has become relevant and comparable to the air we breathe. In this regard, I think the AU should make a proposal to its member states for them to make cybersecurity a compulsory course content in schools. So on that note, I thank you all very, very much for your participation. I thank you all for your time and energy. I thank you all for your goodwill, your ideas, and your intellect. And I just saw a pop-up from Professor Sebo. Her apologies. She heard everything, but the tools were disabled on her side. She sent emails with inputs. So I'm sorry we didn't get to hear you speak a little more. But to the rest of my colleagues, thank you very much. Have a great day and have good sessions. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much, Abdul Hakim. I look forward to keep in touch.
Thank you very much, Abdul. Much appreciated.
Over you to Chair.
Thank you very much. I think a takeaway is that up until Africa does, we have to do, then a change will happen. We've got a hand by a gentleman, Peter Wasike. He's got his hand. I don't know if you are able to take to take his hand so as to maybe clarify one of the questions that he might be having. Peter, come through.
Forgive me, Chair. I'd rather we didn't take a hand because I ignored other hands and insisted everybody go to the question and answer. That way, I want to stay fair, if you don't mind.
That's great. I think then, Peter, just put in your question in the Q&A. That question will be answered. You're most probably going to get a more comprehensive answer from all the people who are here, rather than maybe just one oral response to the question. We highly appreciate all the panelists. Thank you very much, Abdul, for moderating this session. It was very insightful. I highly appreciate it. I think, ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, we will go for a small break until our next session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Clayton.
Okay, please. The next session is starting in the next 30 minutes, so we can just take a walk, grab a cup of water or coffee, be ready for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just want to check, is the next session going to be on the same link?
Yes, it's on the same, so we are still here.
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for a good session.
Thank you.
Any kind of ICT professional. But how do you stand out from the rest of the ICT crowd and let the world know you've got the skills, ethics, sense of service, and pride to be an ICT professional that makes it to the top? You need to become a member of the IITPSA, the Institute of Information Technology Professionals South Africa. Because we're all about promoting the ICT professional and helping our members take their skills and career paths to new heights. Recognized by IP3 internationally and SACWA locally, IITPSA accreditation ensures local and international employers see you as an ICT professional who is qualified to the highest standards technically and ethically, meaning greater recognition, industry respect, career advancement, promotion, better salaries, and an all-round happier life. IITPSA members also get exclusive opportunities such as seminars, workshops, discounted entry to ICT conferences, access to top international experts, and involvement in the coveted IT Personality of the Year award. The IITPSA has more than 50 years' experience creating networks throughout South Africa, connecting ICT professionals, commerce, industry, and government to help form policy and drive global best practices. Becoming a member of the IITPSA is easier than brewing a cup of Java. Log on to our site, click the Become a Member button, fill in your details and attach the requested documents, and we'll be in touch with you quicker than you can say IITPSA. So if you're the kind of as one of the best in the business, ready to take your career to new heights, then go to our website, iitpsa.org.za, to find out more and become a member now.
ICANN's commercial and business users constituency. This is a group that sits within the commercial stakeholder group of the generic name supporting organization. And you're going to tell us a little bit about what the BC is about, your members, as well as the policy topics that you focus on, I think. So welcome. And I think the first thing we should cover is what is the BC? What is the role of the BC, your mission within the GNSO and ICANN?
The business constituency's mission is to look after the interests of businesses who register domain names and business customers and users who rely upon the domain name system to reach the websites and email addresses of the businesses that have created them. And we really look at three priorities. We want the domain name system to be so trustworthy that businesses and their customers can be confident that they're getting to the domain name they were actually seeking. We also want to be sure that there's competition amongst all the different suppliers who provide domain name registration and registry services. And finally, we look for a domain name system where the unique identifiers are secure, stable, and reliable.
Thank you, Steve. And I can imagine that that must span quite a lot of interests, countries, and topics. Perhaps we can talk a little bit about your membership, who your members are, what your membership criteria is. So Claudia, would you mind telling us a little bit about those topics?
Of course. So BC members, as Steve has been saying, are usually internet business users that really use the internet to conduct their businesses. And we have small and large enterprises, and we are a very diverse group. In fact, we have, first of all, we have 76 members of the business constituency, and we have 13 members who are from Africa, 8 members who are from Asia, 10 members that are from Europe, and then 4 from Latin America, and the rest is North American businesses. So it's also, we are really diverse also in terms of gender. In fact, we have 32% of the business constituency enterprises are represented by women, and believe it or not, but in the leadership nowadays we have 4 women out of 6 officers. So this is very encouraging to see that there are more women stepping up, and I'm very happy, as you can imagine, about that. But also in terms of criteria, you have to be eligible to be a BC member. You need to be a business that is conducted business over the internet, and I mean, non-eligible members would be typically an NGO or a political organization or a registrant that would have more than 30% of their revenues in their business. And so we have a credential committee that actually is looking at the applications, and then they would, if they need more information, they would reach out to the people, talk with the people, and but we do all we can to get diversity, to get new members in, and we are a very welcoming group of people that try to engage these newcomers.
That's very encouraging, and clearly congratulations on enrolling a number of increasing members from across the globe, and obviously diversity is very critical to us here at ICANN. Steve, you outlined earlier the mission and the role of the business constituency. Maybe you could elaborate on that and tell us about the policy topics and issues that the business constituency tends to focus on at ICANN?
Yeah, one category of our focus is the governance of ICANN itself. And the BC was proud to have been the designer of most of the new mechanisms by which the ICANN community of registrants and users holds the ICANN organization and board accountable to that community as part of the transition out of the US government oversight in 2016. And when we turn to policies that are cooking within the ICANN kitchen, we almost always are looking from the perspective of availability and integrity. The availability of registrations and resolutions in any language, 24/7, in any corner of the world. They need to be there for the business community to reach its customers. When it comes to the integrity of registrations and resolutions, we want to be sure that when you reach a domain name through an email or a website, that you're really reaching the website that you want it to. We want to be sure that there's integrity, that if promises were made about what you might experience within a given domain, we want to be sure that ICANN holds those parties to the promises they made. So it's about availability and the integrity of both registrations and resolutions.
And that seems to be a very important mission given the nature of business on the internet. Since we actually do want to have more newcomers and participants join the ICANN community, including within the generic name supporting organization, I was wondering if from the both of you, if you have any words of advice to newcomers who may be thinking of participating in ICANN policymaking or possibly even joining the BC.
Well, I would start by saying don't be shy and don't be scared about the ICANN community. We know that it can be intimidating, but actually, if you recognize our face around an ICANN meeting that you're joining, please come to us, ask questions, and engage with the community. Every point of view counts. Every questions is legitimate and it's important. So we really value new ideas. We really value new points of view, and we would be really happy to engage with newcomers.
Thank you. That generates a lot of other questions that I'm sure you'll be having people come up to you at ICANN meetings or reaching out to ask more about the business constituency and how to join. Steve, what do you think?
One of the most complex ways of entering ICANN is to walk into a meeting where you're encountering acronyms that mean nothing to you, or you're trying to understand arcane processes that you've never seen before. And the only antidote for that is to hook up early with another BC member that speaks your language, shares your culture. And I can promise you the BC member that's there to help you will explain some of these intricacies and complexities so that you can better appreciate why it's relevant to your business.
Thank you so much. Certainly this is a very welcoming community, and there are plenty of mentors, including the two of you, I should think. And so thank you very much for your time today, and thank you for telling us a little bit about the business constituency.
Thank you.
You're not just any kind of ICT professional, but how do you stand out from the rest of the ICT crowd and let the world know you've got the skills, ethics, sense of service, and pride to be an ICT professional that makes it to the top? You need to become a member of the IITPSA, the Institute of Information Technology Professionals, South Africa. Because we're all about promoting the ICT professional and helping our members take their skills and career paths to new heights. Recognized by IP3 internationally and SACWA locally, IITPSA accreditation ensures local and international employers see you as an ICT professional who is qualified to the highest standards technically and ethically, meaning greater recognition, industry respect, career advancement, promotion, better salaries, and an all-round happier life. IITPSA members also get exclusive opportunities such as seminars, workshops, discounted entry to ICT conferences, access to top international experts, and involvement in the coveted IT Personality of the Year award. The IITPSA has more than 50 years' experience creating networks throughout South Africa, connecting ICT professionals with commerce, industry, and government to help form policy and drive global best practices. Becoming a member of the IITPSA is easier than brewing a cup of Java. Log on to our site, click the Become a Member button, fill in your details and attach the requested documents, and we'll be in touch with you quicker than you can say IITPSA. So if you're the kind of ICT professional who wants to stand out from the ICT crowd, be recognized as one of the best in the business, and are ready to take your career to new heights, then go to our website iitpsa.org.za to find out more and become a member now.
Okay, Chairman. Hi, Chair. I think we can start the next session. All the panelists are available already.
Can we call?
Welcome back, colleagues. We can continue with the business of the day on our next session, our session number 7, on the panel discussion on digital literacy, key strategy to realizing Africa's digital agenda 2030. Mawan Al-Masri will actually take us through that panel. Over to you as the moderator. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. It's always a pleasure to attend AfICTA and to discuss very key issues and important issues with all our professionals and colleagues. First of all, let me introduce my valuable speakers here. Temi Tupi Assornaid, Vice President Marketing at Tizeti Networks. Hello. Mr. Abu Bakr Bari, the CEO of Smart Technologies. Hello, Mr. Abu Bakr. We've been together in a panel before. Dr. Melissa Sassi, the partner and chief evangelist of P3 Networks. Mrs. Manal Amin, first time with me, and welcome, founder and CEO of Arabais. Hello. Sanji Quats, managing director, Salt Essential Limited. Hello. Dr. Wemni Hassan, we've been together before. Dr. Wemni, president CEO of High Tech Center of Nigeria Women and Youth. Hello. And Ambassador Sugun Olbelji, the Chief Executive Officer of Arab Technology Limited. We will be talking about the digital agenda of Africa 2030 and the key capabilities that we need and strategies that we need to activate such a noble and such an important endeavor. Let me direct the first question to Mr. Temi Topi. What do we mean by a digital agenda, and why do we need to have such an agenda?
All right, thank you very much, Mowan. My name is Temi Topi Oshurinde, and I'm excited. I'm very privileged to be here. And I think we're going to discuss something that is really important today. The topic, digital literacy, as a key strategy to realizing Africa's digital agenda. So digital agenda succinctly just describes all the measures or plans or approach that is put in place to shape digital transformation of any particular system. And it specifically highlights the activities of all key players, whether it's public sector players, by policy, by regulation, by incentives, or by private sector players, whether individuals, governments, or whatever. Everything that is done collectively towards achieving the digital agenda. And why is it important? And I'm going to go into a bit of slightly long explanation and then come back to why it's very relevant for us at this point in time. So essentially, forwards, competitiveness, sustainability, productivity, and growth. Competitiveness, because the continent is competing with other continents, right? Sustainability, the future, what are we doing? Are we focused on the future? Productivity currently, how are we maximizing? How are we more efficient and effective? And then growth, how are we growing? How are we moving year on year? So I'll reflect briefly on previous revolutions. We've had 4. When the fourth one, we've had 4 industrial revolutions. The first was coal extraction. And we saw how the introduction of coal extraction and energy processes transformed economy from agriculture to industry, and processes became more mechanized. We had more products being manufactured. We had the steam engine developed, and then we introduced metal forging. And this totally transformed the way goods were being exchanged and produced. And then we look at the second industrial revolution, gas. And gas and other renewable energies led to the invention of the combustion engine. And that went hand in hand, obviously, with electricity, oil, gas, and other fuel sources. And then we see how more products were evolved. And this led to a jump in ICT, communication technology at the time. Because we had the telegraph and later the telephone within that period. And transportation grew by leaps and bounds. And it was within this period, really, that we also had the invention of the car, the motor car, and the plane. And then the third industrial revolution is characterized by electronics and nuclear. We see the automation and digitization of through electronics and technology. We had the invention of the internet in this phase. We discovered nuclear energy. And then for the first time, we had electronics coming to the fore. We had automation of industrial processes. We had the first inkling of cloud during this phase. And this led to widespread globalization. Enabled companies in advanced countries to offshore productions. That was what started the trend of offshoring productions in Asia, offshoring production in some other in emerging countries, and so on. And then the fourth that we are in, the fourth industrial revolution, is marked by rapid digitization, transformation. We're seeing more pervasive cloud and connected devices, data analytics, automation, industrial Internet of Things. And then we now see the increased competition between global powers over the first to become the superpower, USA and China. And they are focused on R&D. They are making intensive investments in R&D. They are focused on superior institutions and policies. They are trying to improve manufacturing and centralizing operations, global supply, and then robust technology powers. And so we see the world, in this fourth industrial revolution, we see the world marching relentlessly and resolutely towards a new world, this digital world. And we have countries that are already taking the lead. We have countries like Canada, we have Singapore, we have Japan, we have Germany, sort of leveraging their reputation as being efficient, the German efficiency, and they're leveraging this into production, communications, transformation, transportation, and so on. Digital technologies, when backed by a well-articulated digital strategy, offers Africa the opportunity to change the current narrative, to disrupt its trajectory, and to play a major role in the digital economy by unlocking new pathways for really rapid growth, for innovation in job creation, and so on. And I want to quickly reflect, before I hand over, I want to quickly reflect on the recent trend that has affected Africans, well, especially Nigerians, the Japa syndrome, where Nigerians are seeking greener pastures in other countries, usually through student visas, or work visas, or other professional visas. I read a report that Nigerian students contributed about 1.9 billion pounds to the UK economy in 2021 alone. About 700 million of that was spent on school fees, maybe about 400 million on rent and so on. Initially, it was hard to imagine that non-state actors, non-corporate actors have that type of fund to put into the UK economy. But the lesson really is these guys have the money. Those monies would have been something if we had created the right enabling environment for them that tipped all the boxes. They would have been able to invest this in Africa and then invest this in Africa, and obviously you'll see the effects speculate. But as I said yesterday, we had a session yesterday where we talked about digital broadband infrastructure. There are a lot of things we have to do. First, we have to focus on the key components, infrastructure. We have to address digital divide, focus on infrastructure, focus on talent, focus on culture, focus on processes, focus on a lot of these things. Capital, how do we raise capital to fund this? But I'm sure during this session, I'm sure other colleagues will have more perspective and be able to tease out this conversation, I'm sure.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. I'll get back to you with the part of the digital culture, or the culture that we need to foster and leverage the values, because I'm personally interested in this area. However, I'm calling up for Mr. Abu Bakr. Is he there? Or Mr. Abu Bakr, are you there? Okay, we can move forward with Dr. Melissa with a key important question. Dr. Melissa, hello. What are the different suggested strategies for realizing and fostering such a digital agenda? Be more than happy to see your point of view on this matter.
Yeah, so I want to make sure first you can hear me okay. Good? Excellent, excellent. So I'm Dr. Melissa Sassy. I wear a lot of hats, but most recently I spent a month in Cape Verde. I'm sure for many of us who are panelists and many of us who are listening are familiar with Cape Verde, but for those of you who are not, Cape Verde is a small island state off the west coast of Africa. 500,000 people, very unique challenges. Right. And I was their first entrepreneur in residence, and I worked directly with the Secretary of State, who happens to be the youngest Secretary of State in the world, Pedro Lopez. And he and his team has created a Ministry of Digital Economy. And while I was there, I worked with the World Bank on a $20 million investment that they had agreed to make in Cape Verde, which is very sizable. You're talking about, population of 500,000 people within across the 10 islands, and 1 million to 2 million people who live throughout the diaspora. So more people living outside of the country that lives inside of the country. And their entire focus is on developing this enabling ecosystem that allows it to prosper as a knowledge-driven economy. And I don't know if I have the opportunity to share my screen or not. Do I have the opportunity to share my screen?
I think so.
It's not working. That's okay. I can walk you through it. But...
Yes, let me activate that.
Okay, all right, cool. Because I want to show you a couple things. I'm quite visual, and I suspect that many of us are also quite visual. But
I share this with you, Dr. Melissa.
Okay, all right. It's still not working yet, but that is okay. Let me just kind of flip over to my slide. So in case it comes up and I can't see it, I'm just going to kind of give you a little bit of tidbits of what's included in there.
Please try it.
Yeah, you want me to try again? All right, let me try again. Hold on one second. Yes. Okay, good. And so basically what we were working on is a couple of things. So I'm going to put this into presentation mode. There we go. And you'll notice here that we've put Cabo Verde, which is the, kind of Cape Verdean way of saying the country, really producing what we're calling a digital hub of Africa, a Singapore of the continent, if you will, a data safe haven. I'm not going to go into all of the details around, Cape Verde. I'm happy to share this presentation later because there's a lot of stuff here and a lot of advantages that the small island state has. I'm also not going to go into the detail around some of the quotes, from, some of the individuals, but I think whether you're talking about Cabo Verde or you're talking about any country across the continent, we have significant opportunities to take advantage of the digital economy that's in front of us and really democratizing access to the knowledge-driven economy. If you think about the ecosystem of Cape Verde, just like any other country, we've got lots of different collaborators who help us be who we are, today. We know that we can't do it alone. We have an ecosystem. And for Cape Verde, it's all about young people. It's all about looking at the population of those who are, under the age of 35 and thinking about what can we do? What can we do to build a digital strategy? What can we do to advance startup-friendly laws, to build tech and entrepreneurship skills, to engage local and global tech communities, to provide e-mentorship, to continuing on in providing hackathons, low-risk places for people to practice the skills that they're learning, giving out seed funding and engaging the diaspora. Within Cape Verde, it's Portuguese, it's English, it's Creole, and they have access to a significant population. Lots of outreach plans. But if I think about the journey that we've been thinking about of how do we get from zero to hero? How do we truly transition an economy to a knowledge-driven economy? It starts out with building skills, and that's tech skills, entrepreneurial thinking, and professional development skills. If anyone tells you that tech skills are just about learning to code, just about becoming a data scientist, or just becoming an engineer, becoming a cybersecurity professional, there's a lot more these days that goes into it. It's about collaborating. It's about enabling learners to work together to create new solutions that are locally relevant and enabling them to launch in, I would say, supportive environments that give them access to seed funding. And if I think about the competencies that we're focused on, it's digital skills. And I can give you kind of a definition of what that means for Cape Verde for anyone that's interested. We have been kind of lobbying around looking at the IEEE's definition of what it means to be digitally skilled and literate, which is essentially an 8 competency spectrum where you're dialing skills up and down, depending upon your interest, your skill set, where you want to go in your career. And then similarly, 8 competencies across the spectrum of entrepreneurship and 8 spectrums or competencies across what we call habitudes. That's a fancy way of saying habits and attitudes or soft skills. What do people get? Well, you learn digital skills, you learn design thinking, you're able to build a working technical solution to launch an MVP, but also understand cybersecurity, building a business model canvas, creating a buyer or buyer personas, marketing, pitching, launching, getting ready for investment. And then getting those soft skills or those habitudes that I talked about, being able to think critically with data, being able to solve local problems with locally grown solutions, to gain emotional intelligence and collaborate with others. Cape Verde has also recognized that you cannot just learn digitally. We cannot just learn through the internet. Many of us have, but we need some kind of place to also go physically, to physically connect with others. And therefore, they have created an amazing tech park that's all about housing 400 people in its conference center, 250 people for training in 20 multi-purpose rooms. A business model comes along with this. It's not just about grants. It's not just about bringing the tech park to life. It's not just about scholarships. It's also finding unique ways of being able to bring this to life. So this is just a little snapshot of what Cape Verde is doing to bring its digital skill building and knowledge capacity building to life. I'm not saying that there's one size fits all. I'd be happy to talk about the competencies later, but this is one example of how we can turn our learners into earners, turn our zeros into heroes, whether you're talking about Cape Verde or anyone else across the planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Melissa. That was inspiring and a different perspective with many on-ground steps, really. I'd like now to refer to Mrs. Manal Amin, where she can tell us or challenge us with some of the challenges for such a collective agenda of Africa. Please, Mrs. Manal, go ahead. No, you need the sound. Oh, we can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Yeah.
We need. Yes,
Yeah,
please.
Is it okay?
Yeah, now okay.
Okay. So good evening or good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. I want to introduce myself first. My name is Manal Amin. I'm the founder. My first company is Arabize, and it's a company, 30-year-old company, working mainly in localization. I had other activities in the ICT sector, other companies, but I like to take it from the side when we talk about digital literacy and awareness. I think directly about reaching everybody, to have people literate, to have our people, our citizens in the region, in the continent, digitally literate. That this means that we have to reach them, that we have to talk to everybody in rural areas, in distant, in far places, and not only in capitals with highly educated people. Digital awareness means access for everybody and giving the opportunity for each and every citizen to be digitally aware, to learn about digital life, to transform their life in all aspects. And I find all from my deep work in the localization, which is a very important factor, and I consider it always a means of development in developing countries. So using the local language, localization includes using local languages and technologies for the people who cannot speak other languages or even speak it weakly. This is, or even are illiterate. So they need the voice, they need the video, they need other ways of using digital literacy, using ICT to get to it. So I proudly was part of an initiative maybe over 10 years ago in sub-Saharan Africa or in Africa in general, making technology available, working on localization for African local languages to make technology available for everybody, for all citizens. And I consider this a major initiative, and now we're reaping its fruit. Over 10 years ago, there weren't much software in local African languages. And of course, everybody here knows that local languages, African languages, are more than 2,000. We can't say that all the 2,000 will be used because some of them are not written, but there are the most important ones, which is almost 80 languages or so. They are very important and they are used, widely used. And this project was initially to make these languages available on the computers in the modern technology. And yes, it's happening now. And the reaction we can see with multinationals and big companies like others, Microsoft, Google, and a lot more, Facebook, they are in so many African local languages. Of course, Arabic is in a better format because it started a bit earlier in North Africa, which is the language of all North African countries, but the language sub-Saharan, so many of them now are working much, much better than we saw them in 10 or 15 years ago. I think that to bridge the digital divide between in our continent and in our countries, in our regions. We have to work more and more on making technology available in local languages, supporting universities and research centers in their natural language processing activities, which is very important to have more and more languages available, to have more content. A continent like Africa has a huge amount of citizens and population that is not relevant in the amount of content available for them online. So they have to we call it in our industry cultural intelligence. We have to use this cultural intelligence to move to these people, to talk their languages, and to make technology available for them. So I consider this the most important topic. And this, of course, can be done through working with universities, with organizations, associations. Technology is not only in cybersecurity or in programming, as other colleagues said. It's everywhere. It's in education, it's in health, it's in all areas. So this is a very important, this is my point that I like to focus on, which is encouraging more and more universities to adopt technologies in languages, to use technologies in languages, to have more content available on the World Wide Web. And this, of course, will help the digital literacy to spread more and more and to bridge the gap among, especially in rural areas and in areas where people are less educated.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Manal, and that was really in harmony and integration with what have been said thus far. And it seems that the cultural intelligence and the culture itself is a key component in further developing our African digital power and limit the digital gap and digital divide, as been said by Mrs. Manal. Now I'd like to call Sonja Kotezer, where she will highlight with us some strategies to overcome such challenges facing our harmony. So please, Sonja. Sonja, are you there? Okay. Seems that it's not available currently. And we can move with some key initiatives from Dr. Wimini. Hello, Dr. Wimini. Dr. Wimini Hassan.
Sorry, please. I noticed that we have one of the panelists in the participant session, so I've been trying to bring her up. I don't know. That should be Ms. Sable or coming. Trying to check. Please, some seconds. Sonja. Sonja. I'm trying to promote Ms. Sonja. Please try to. Please accept the promotion so that you can be on the panel discussion.
So where is Sonja or Dr. Rumini? Anybody? I think we can find them right now.
Hi, I'm here.
Here is Sonja. Go ahead.
All right. Sorry, I'm not sure what happened. Thank you very much, everybody. So the question to me are, what are the key initiatives taken for such mission and how much is successful thus far? Well, let's look at Western Sydney University defines digital literacy as having the skills you need to live, learn, and work in a society where communication and access to information is increasingly through digital technologies like internet platforms, social media, and mobile devices. As a world, we are desperate for technology to deliver solutions for problems and challenges created by humans over millennia, we forget that the true solutions lies in creating sustainable worlds by change behavior of each individual within the collective being us, 8 billion people on the planet. While digital literacy have a role to play in the world created by us, it is not and never will be at the heart of the future we all desire. Yes, digital literacy is important. Yes, it can decrease poverty experience in inclusive education for all, healthcare at the fingertips of patients. Note that I've mentioned patients and not clients, and so many more basic human rights avenues. Our own complacency, this is Africa, has left us behind as a third world nation. We are rich not only in minerals, oils, and such, but human capital, a capital that is not being invested in because, well, this is Africa. Thinking of TV white space, a SIM-less cell phone, M-Kopa electricity for rural consumption. Namibia has seen many a project with potential and funding to drive digital transformation, bringing citizens closer to government, taking first world education to rural areas, deliver medical help to the doorstep of villages. Yet none of these has borne any tangible results. And we're in 2022. We as Namibians have Vision 2030 that stipulates that Namibia plans to be a prosperous and industrialized nation, developed by her human resources, enjoying peace and harmony and political stability by the year 2030. It sets the broad thrust and strategies in the development agendas for the nations over the long term. We, as Namibia, have a national development plan. This vision aspires to improve the quality of life of the Namibian people to the level of their counterparts in the developed world by 2030. We, as Namibians, have Harambee, which is aimed at implementing policy programs which enhance service delivery, economic recovery, such as inclusive growth, and to strengthen Namibia in terms of socioeconomic challenges to prepare it for global opportunities, such as the COVID-19 pandemic. If a person is deprived of 30% of the 11 weighted indicators grouped under the 3 dimensions of education, health, and living standards, they are considered multidimensional poor. According to the 2021 report by the Namibian Statistics Agency, multidimensional poverty was determined to affect 43% of the Namibian population. How many other African countries have the same agenda, not supported by the collective drive for a collective goal? We have to ask, what are we doing wrong? Or why have this not succeeded? In Namibia, considering that Vision 2030 was launched by former President Dr. Sam Nujoma in June 2004, that's 18 years ago. A non-negotiable objective of this key strategy should be one of collaboration with no hidden agendas. Any success story starts with a can-do attitude. It can be done. It will be done. We need to invest. We need to invest in the human capital that will adopt, drive, regenerate digital transformation.
Yes.
The time is now. We have to step up. We have to take this agenda seriously. We have to start today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was really good. And but I love the can attitude that you've been mentioning, which is a very important component, is the belief that we can do and the belief in the vision itself. it's not just words to be said, it is more towards an attitudes towards such an important matter. Dr. Wimni, I'm so curious to know your opinion, and what do you think if there is key initiatives have been implemented on ground, and what do you think, Dr. Wimni? Dr. Winami.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Am I being called upon now?
Excuse me?
Am I the one that you are calling?
Yeah. I just now we can hear you well. Okay, go ahead.
Hello, everybody. Sorry, I'm actually in another panel section somewhere. Good afternoon, everybody, or good morning, depending on where you are. I'm actually meant to be speaking to you on digital literacy, and I've quite listened a few of the discussion that is ongoing. So I'm going to be coming in the perspective of tech knowledge and what are the basic skills that needed to be known. From my own point of view, in the last couple of months, we have actually been looking into developing young people or women and indeed the citizen on basic skills that are very essential for them to be able to make a difference wherever they find themselves. One of the things that became very important as a people is to consider what are the issues around digital literacy and what are the options that we have to make sure that our people, our citizens are digital literate. And very important to me recently is the acknowledgement of the fact that there are quite a lot of graduates who really need skills. As much as we look at the productivity tool, I listened to somebody mentioning the soft skills, which had actually been well noted in the last couple of months and the period of time. We realized that a lot of our citizens have what I would call literacy in IT, but the skills to engage is deficient, it's lacking in several spaces. And so one of the things we have embarked on as an organization is to begin to teach the skills that are needed. For instance, when you talk to people, even on fundamentals in computing, and then you give them systems to work and they are finding it difficult to express themselves, that's a big gap. And for Nigeria, we have seen quite a lot of digital skills that is being rolled out by the government and by different organizations, including ours as an NGO. And then that had made a lot of difference to us in seeing to the fact that even while people think they are working in an office, they have computers, they use laptops, they still have a lot of skills to learn. And in recent times, we are beginning to realize that there is need for us to go beyond soft skills, software, to hardware skills. And the hardware skills means we need to have the tech know-how to be able to configure, to be able to produce and manufacture, even if it is some of the components of our computing facilities and devices. And this we have done in the last couple of months and years. And we are very happy that in Nigeria, we are actually having a good number of people engaged in learning this literacy, digital skills, and acquiring the tech know-how for them to become competent engineers and developers across the sector. So I just want to align with what has been said so far and to encourage the African continent that we needed to move on in development these technologies rather than being the dumping site for most of these technologies that are coming in. And on that note, I would just like to submit that the AfICTA should be one of the strong advocates for tech knowledge in engineering. Interestingly, I'm sitting on a panel as we speak that we are interviewing people who needed to do master's degree in different areas of engineering or science. And I quite realize that almost everyone that is interested in information technology are talking about artificial intelligence and data science, and to understand or ask them basic questions about what is artificial intelligence, they are just far. So I feel that many of our citizens across the continent, especially perhaps in Nigeria, hear all these things, they see the trend, they hear the trend, and everybody wants to be a data scientist. They want to just cross and become an artificial intelligence person. And then the concept of what is it about is completely far. That's the way we talk about cybersecurity. And I quite ask every time, who is actually an expert in cybersecurity across the African space? So one of the things I've discovered that we see in Africa is that you see us talk about the trends. We hear the global terminologies and everybody talk about them, IoT, cybersecurity, robotics, artificial intelligence. But critically, if you ask ourselves, how many professionals do we have in this space? We can count not so many. So we really need to build critical knowledge base in some of this. And even some of our institutions that are running this program, they have become like business entities. We just want to make money and have people to come in. But the requisite skills to develop the manpower that we need to be able to create these robots, to be able to create these solutions and develop the technologies that are needed in security, networks, and all of that, we really need to do much more. I really want to submit at this point that yes, while AfICTA is marking the Africa digital future, we need to build skill. We need to deliberately change. The paradigm shift for me must be real tech know-how. And I just hope that the next couple of years, we can have crop of technologists, African engineers, and IT people that will be able to fit in. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Romine. It's really good to shed light on this African engineers, and of course it should be considered with high regards. Now I'd like to move to Mr. Sugun, who will end our panel with a lot of remarks, I guess, and a lot of things. So please, Mr. Sugun, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Please, can you hear me? Well, need to confirm that. Please, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? I need to confirm.
Yes, I'm hearing you. I'm sure that's what I hear.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Azam, and thank you, Chair. And I want to thank the AfICTA for giving the opportunity to share our insights once again. By way of introduction, I'm Shagun Olugbele. I'm the MD of AfICTA Technologies. We are working with the Central Bank of Nigeria on e-Nigeria. On e-Naira. That is a Nigerian digital currency across the country. And I so much like the topic, the question that is posed to me. That is, how do we ensure sustainability of the digital agenda? For what we have seen and for what we have heard, and for what we have done, and from what we are seeing in terms of trends, I have a very simple response to that policy question. The whole idea is that we are tired of writing policies. And I think it is time for now to move from the policy development to action. And now, how do we now sustain, the process through which stakeholders, especially the key decision maker and the strategic leaders, what can we do to make them to be committed to what we have in those policies, and how do we sustain it? For me, number one key policy question, question that I have is that there's a need to begin to intersect the digital agenda with the policy agenda, because we have seen a disparity or disconnection, a wide gap between the policy driver and the political drivers. We have seen political drivers not, in time or in tandem with what's going on within the digital.
I think the connection was lost. We'll be waiting for Sugun. Yes, here you come again.
Okay, can you hear me now? Thank you very much, the technology. So now, like what I said earlier, it is important to begin to see how we can sustain the digital agenda. Let me use Nigeria as an example. Nigeria has gone really very far when it comes to policy issues on digital agenda. Nigeria has a digital economy framework. Nigeria has the emerging technology strategy framework. Nigeria has a digital governance framework. Recently, we have national e-commerce strategy and policy, which is already, being released. We have, chunks of policy on digitalization and digital transformations. But the problem now is that how do we transit from this, that perspective into real-time investment? I'm interested in investment. I'm interested in the policy that empower the people, because you see, until we begin to see that the livelihood is for, we tie the livelihood around the need for us to drive the digital agenda, we are not going to see, the real, stakeholders particularly. So, like I said, the political connection is very important. We need to drive the agenda with the heart of the political drivers. That's number two. It is essential for us to also look at the foundational framework of our digital platform. And if you look at it, there's one key component that needs to be deepened, and that is the security of the digital platform. When you don't deepen that, then it is possible that your digital agenda will fail like the pack of cards. So what we need to do? It's a point for us to elevate and prioritize the cybersecurity framework. And just like Dr. Azan said, really, when I talked about, people might talk about cybersecurity, but it's no longer about talking. It's about how do we, channel an investment in cybersecurity? How do we see opportunity? Those problems that we see as an opportunity, how can we leverage on them to create solutions? So cybersecurity is also part of it to sustain, the trust level of our digital platform. And the third one that I have, it's the need for us to have the data governance strategic framework in place. We've seen series of various African nations getting on board on data protection and privacy, and they want to run regulations. And in most cases, they go ahead to do regulation based on the reactive approach. But a few of them really sit back and look inward and come up with a data governance strategic roadmap. How do what inform your data privacy and data governance? You see, and not until when you have that, then you are going to have that. So how do we sustain it? We sustain it, by ensuring that, you see, I will still go back to the policy maker and the drivers, because in Africa, the problem is if the political drivers do not get it right, then the followers are also going to be like the political drivers in most cases. So then we need to build models, we need to create champions, those that understand the import of the digital agenda. For example, we need to take this to the business chamber. Business is already taking off. Like, let me still give another example in Nigeria. We have a situation where The government of Nigeria has gone far to help in so-called policies and digital economy and all that. But the SME, they are far, far below, they are far behind. So what we do, we have to, elevate the need for the private sector, which is especially the SME category, for them to start getting involved in digitalization. So I think it's important for us to, bridge the gap between, I'm talking about knowledge gap, not just about developing capacity. The awareness is there. And I can say that with some level of confidence that by the fact that we engage in in-naira adoption across the country, one of the facts I observed is that even in the 5 villages that we thought that they are disconnected, they are getting aware about the digitalization. In Nigeria, you have e-commerce, e-payment system running, like a Wirecard. Now, the fact is that we need to move from that level and begin to see how to sustain, how to bring, how to represent digital agenda as a source of livelihood, as an instrument for good government, as an instrument for protecting our digital economic platform, and then as an instrument to, create a digital well-being and prosperity of the nation. Not until that is done, then we will keep on talking. And that's one thing I really don't want us to do. I really want us to go beyond talking and let's get into it. Then the last point I just want to touch on, the emerging technology policy. The policy has always been there. We have seen the African Union data policy, which is very good. I really have to commend that. But then there has to be a data investment roadmap. How do you want to keep in that? What level of investment incentive you have? How do you now move your private sector to people? How do you create enabling regulatory environment? And these are the things that I believe, if we get it right, that we'll be able to sustain and improve the digital agenda that's really before us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sugun, and I would like to thank all our panelists for their insights, and I would like to just add or shed some lights on a note from Arinola that came to us in the chat, which is the minorities or the people in difficult areas, how our strategy will be included, or the inclusion strategy will be there. And this is what I will name or tag as the digital inclusion. The digital inclusion strategies, where we have to include all the parts of the community and the society, and giving them access to digital devices, digital connectivity, and digital, of course, digital literacy. I thank you very much for this exciting panel, and would open for any question currently from our guests and visitors.
We have 2 questions, one from Peter Wasike and another one from Hassan El Meligi. Can we enable them to ask the questions, please, Secretariat?
Yes, it's of course, but how can we enable them?
Yeah, I'm seeing 2 hands, but the people cannot talk. So they are unable to talk. They've raised their hands.
I can't see the hands, but Peter Wasaki, yes? No, it's out of my authority to make them speak. I don't know how.
Okay, Chair, I'm trying to do that. Kindly give me some seconds.
They can write their question in the chat, I think, so we can overcome this hurdle.
Wasike can talk now. Please on your mic. Please go ahead.
Okay, while Peter is still busy sorting out the mic, there is a question on the chat by Advocate Tsaluba. It says, how do we incorporate digital literacy within the SDG and AU agenda, being reflective in the curriculum statement of state?
Okay, who from our panelists would go with this? Dr. Melissa, I think you. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I can provide some insight. Others might have other commentary, but I think one of the things that we've seen happen in Cape Verde is that the groups are working really closely together. The Ministry of Digital Economy is working very closely. I'm in the process now of kind of establishing a framework with them around what does it mean to be digitally skilled and ready? What does that framework mean? Now, this is not the broader SDGs. Obviously, we've got 17 of them, but I'm going to hone in on this specific topic that we're talking about here, today for this session, and that's digital literacy. And I think it's really, really important for any Ministry of Education, any Ministry of ICT, or any nation state to have a definition and framework of what it means to be digitally skilled and ready. Because if you do not have something that the country has adopted at the top of the house to say, what does it mean to be digitally skilled and ready, you're going to be everywhere and nowhere, because we all know if you have never defined something, how are you going to measure it? And how are you going to determine whether you've succeeded or whether you've failed? So right now we are working with a number of different ministries to establish that definition, establish that framework, and to make sure that we are all measuring from the same standpoint of what does it mean to be successful as a digitally skilled citizen. For me, that ladders up into all of the SDGs. Why? Because we know that in order to achieve many, if not all of the SDGs, our people need to be digitally literate, because there's no such thing anymore as going back and trying to solve problems without technology. Whether you're a 4-year-old, whether you're 104, you've got to have basic digital skills, and you have to be able to make meaningful use of the internet in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sugun. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chairman. In addition to what the last speaker said, I just want to, for me, one of the best ways to drive from the perspective of the SDG is to bring the SDG down to the grassroots, and so also identify the key obstacles. Now, in this case, now the SME is one of the strategic elements of that grassroots ecosystem. Now, you have a situation where the SME, when I talk about SME, I'm talking about the SME was turnover probably below $1,000, even $100. Now, what we have done, maybe I should share that with you. We developed what we call the private sector digital we have chambers of commerce in Nigeria. Have states, which is you have states focus on what we did is to create the counterpart framework that will speak I'll split into the business sector. Why categorizing that business sector in layers? We put it as one of the goals to empower 1 million percent in the SME component of that business sector. And this is one of the areas I would really strongly propose that AfICTA should be leveraged. AfICTA should see, not until we will connect what's going on at the grassroots with what is going on at the SDG level. Then just probably get ourselves and get so much policy caution. Not really taking the action at that level. So I think from that perspective, I could do that. Then the second one is when the chairman of the session talked about the action. I want to suggest that we inclusion of the digital agenda framework. See, one thing I like to do, sometimes the approach of the way like US is a government system. That situation where we have a framework of policy without time that people can spread from the government elements to it. It's just be an idea that will just be there. So I would suggest that one of the inclusion that we can really do at the AfICTA level, let us bring two elements of digital agenda in Africa and within the country. When you do that, then you are going to have the resources, you are going to have the leadership, you are going to have some of these leaders, they are emanated from the grassroots. They are from the community that we want to reach. When we bring them into it, then I just saw something now which is very important, which really got me excited. For the first time in the history of AfICTA, I'm seeing that Dr. Jimson just announced on the chatbot that His Excellency, the Vice President of Nigeria, will be speaking to AfICTA and the closing ceremony. This has stop that I want us to do. Let's bring the two leaders into what we're discussing here. And then let's dispensation in Nigeria. I want to see the President of Nigeria speaking to AfICTA. I want to see the President of Nigeria speaking to AfICTA. We want to see the House of Parliament speaking about how do you get the agenda, how do you basis it, how do you know, how to transform it into action that will be inclusive. So that is just what I really want us to. Thank you.
Thank you, Segun. Any other questions?
Yes. We've got another question. I think it's two. One is asking from Advocate Nzaluba again. Is it possible to have criteria and learning outcomes that are continentally pegged but nationally utilized for the transnational cyber citizen? That's one question. And there's another one from Hassan El Meligi. I don't know if you want to tackle this one or I should ask the other one as well.
I'm happy to provide some insight on the, kind of looking at a cross-continent, definition. There's in my mind probably two international definitions of what it means to be, kind of digitally intelligent. And I'll put some links in the chat window. And in my mind, can we get, everyone across the continent to agree on a definition? Great question. I'm sure that we all have, similar aspirations. I know that there is a standard from the IEEE that's been endorsed by not only the IEEE Standards Board, but the OECD and the World Economic Forum around what does it mean to be digitally intelligent. That in my mind is a great precedent to start from. And that's something that I've been advocating, for a while. And I've seen a number of different nation states individually pick those up, like Saudi Arabia, for example, and a handful of other countries. I was part of presenting that at the C20 a number of years ago with the ICT ministry. But I think, naturally it needs coalitions. It needs, folks who are very adamant and interested in, coming up with a standard framework that everyone endorses, that then gets localized, with outcomes that are specific for individual countries. I'll put a couple links in the chat window for those of you who are interested in understanding what those frameworks look like and who have endorsed those frameworks in the past.
Okay, and the second question is?
The second question is asking about how to accomplish reskilling and upskilling in the digital sphere in Africa. There was a follow-up about Ethiopia in particular, if maybe anyone can give a view on that. Thanks.
Ethiopia would like to answer this one? Okay, go ahead, Sigun.
I just want the question to be simplified. Since so I don't really get it.
Mr. Olukbile, I don't know if it's me, but it seems like there is audio, it has cut, unless it's only from my side.
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Still there is a cut, yes.
It's cutting. Your audio is cutting. I don't know if you can maybe be closer to the mic or something, but the audio is cutting. Can you try again?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you are better. It's better.
Okay, that's fine. So what I'm saying is that the question is a bit, I don't know if it can be straight. Well, I can get it right better. I don't get the question.
We need further explanation of the question, you mean, sir?
Yeah, I think the question what Hassan was trying to ask is how do you get to reskill and upskill in the digital sphere? He had put it in wider, like in Africa, but I think there was a question also that was very related to it that asked about Ethiopia. So it might have so happened that through the engagement, there could be an answer, but it's best to answer it directly as to how can reskilling and upskilling in the digital space be accomplished. I would think that's what maybe he was trying to ask.
I got you now. I got you now. Can you hear me, please? Can you hear me? Okay. Now, in my opinion, one of the areas I want to look into in trying to respond to that question. Some times back, I think about 3 months back, I have the privilege to attend the G7 data governance policy and we call cyber governance and cyber security section. And one of the key areas being touched at that time, talking about the data sovereignty and the data colony and the need for African nations to, be control, not necessarily full control, at least to be, to provide leadership for the data governance and all that. And now, responding to the question, I will share my insight that the first thing that the African nation need to do, because it's talking about how do we rescue Africa. The first thing for us to do is to take ownership of some of the policies and some of the framework and some of the implementation. And it is also to define what is the motivation for developing such policy. Like I usually say, that when you look at the data protection and privacy, the European side is looking at that from the context of the economy. But they will not tell you because you have the big, big players, the OTT platform providers, from viewers, they're actually the one controlling the system in terms of the economy and investment part. But when you look at what is coming to Europe, how many of the European companies are actually into the data, in data platform, data industry and all that. I know they have some tension, but sometimes when you have a regulation that could provide intervention, not necessarily to polarize the system, but to ensure that your own national interest, your own national security and economic interest is well framed, and the spirit of that is built into the framework. And then that would define who should. That would define your priorities. That would define how to navigate the entire universe. I'm talking about the international community for partnership and engagement. But as we have currently, many of these policies are just a semblance of what we have in Europe and what we have in another time. So now, I'm so much happy that African Union came up with the data, African Union data policy. Then your country can also have a data policy that is found within the context of your whole national interest. Nigeria just came up with a data policy framework, which is being reviewed. So we need to start defining our policy in the context of national interest, and then taking into consideration international commitments. But your interest should first and foremost define what you want out of it. Like someone asked in the last previous section, the Malabo Convention, what would implementation lead to? That's a very good question. And when we look at the Malabo Conventions, the implementation leads to prosecution, the investigation and prosecution of cyber crime and all that. It doesn't necessarily lead into empowering your nation in cyber security, even though they might talk about elements of cyber security. And the only element of cyber security you'll find within the Malabo Convention is a critical information infrastructure because it affects everybody. But what about the other elements? What about digital skills? What about cyber security skills? What about professional certifications and employment of certifications? Who drives this? So not until when your country begins to look at the framework and your professional take ownership, then you continue to have international partners or foreigners driving some of those economic elements. But I can tell you, there's a huge opportunity within the digital economy going, and countries in Africa should continue to define the areas of their strength. Leave what you cannot control. Focus on those things that you can control. The content element is one area that we can control. You may not be able to control the infrastructures, at least we can control the content. So we can start from the content, take ownership of content. So that's just my humble opinion. Thank you. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sugun, for this insightful answer. And we took a lot of time from you all, and hopefully you enjoyed our panel. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. God bless you. Bye.
Thanks, panelists. Much appreciated for that session. Thank you, moderator, Mr. El Mesri. We highly appreciate your intervention and all the expertise that were shared by the panelists. We highly appreciate your input in the matter. I think it's capacity development is very critical, it's foundational. Once you get that one right, most of the pieces fall into place. It is only through literacy that you are able to move the needle. Thank you very much for all the inputs. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we will have a break. We are going towards the awards ceremony. I would like to also extend gratitude to everybody who came through with regards to contribution into the session. I think it only becomes live when you start having question and answers and interactions and also inputs that are also coming from diverse viewpoints that we actually start moving towards a point of having a comprehensive African centric solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a break to the next session, which is going to be an award ceremony. I highly appreciate you. We'll just have a quick break. It's about 20 minutes break or so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, this is just as an announcement. We'll be expecting a representative of the Vice President of Nigeria around 1:45 this afternoon. As a matter of fact, the Vice President has been away in Vietnam, Hanoi, and just about landing now after a 17-hour flight. So, but he's determined to at least make a representation. So we are looking forward to him joining us at 1:45. But the next session, as the chair announced, will begin in, I think, 1:30. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, much appreciated. Thanks for those sweet melodies. I think we can welcome back to everyone. We are now going to go straight up into session number 8. This is our last session for the day, which is the award ceremony session. It is also commemorating our 10th anniversary. It will be moderated and directed by our AfICTA Nominations Committee Chair, Dr. Jimson Olufuye. Dr. Jimson, are you ready to come through?
Okay, trying to unmute. Yeah, thank you, Chair. You're welcome to this session, everybody. It's been a very interesting 2 days already. We have learned a lot under the auspices of the theme of the 10th AfICTA Summit, being Africa Digital Future, fostering a new paradigm. It's so important that we continue to engage and continue to collaborate, synergize until we reach our goal, which is fulfilling the promise of the digital age for everyone in Africa. Let me join the chair to congratulate every one of us that really play an important role in AfICTA since we all started 10 years ago. I see on the platform our joint first ICT personality award winner, and also can say champion, Mrs. Malau Amir. Mrs. Malau Amir, it's a pleasure. We recognize the great things you've been doing in Africa, and especially in Egypt, setting the pace as a woman. And we also have similar women like that in Nigeria. You can see Dr. Wumi Hassan and Ariola Kiemi and distinguished Professor Adenike Sofison. Well, the award series has been on for, can say, the past 10 years, is unbroken. And for this year, a call out was made as usual. And we have a number of nominees. Well, there are 5 award categories. There are 5 award categories. And these are the Africa Community Development Award, the Africa Innovation Award, the Africa CIO Award, and the Africa ICT Personality Award, and the Africa ICT Champion Award. So voting concerning the nominee was done by members in good standing. So if you are yet to be a member in good standing, anyone can be a member of AfICTA. Once you place your email on our website, you become a registered member. But to be a member in good standing, it's important you be financially compliant because this is private sector led, and there is need to show commitment with your resources and to support the organization, especially the secretariat. So it's only members in good standing that had the privilege of voting. And we have a number of them that voted. And ultimately, it is the responsibility of the nominating committee to review and then finalize the outcome. In the nominating committee, we have myself, we have Mr. Paul Roney, the deputy chair, and Ms. Ulandi Esna, that's the vice chair, the vice chair for Southern Africa of AfICTA. Okay, so let me take it from the back. For the Africa Community Development Award, well, let me just say this, that if you did not win, it doesn't mean that you're not a very good candidate. You're a very good candidate. We have a high quality candidate indeed nominated. It's just that you need to make more effort. You need to put in again and again, the case may be. So from the Real Africa Community Development Award, we have Mr. Testimony Asiagu, Dr. Hago Dafala, and Mr. Ahmed Ishmael. Mr. Ahmed Ishmael is the winner for the Africa Community Development Award. Mr. Ahmed Ishmael, congratulations. The next is the Africa Innovation Award. And we have 3 people nominated. We have Mr. Momen Sharif, Mr. Eric Sindu. Mr. Eric Sindu happens to be the vice chair for AfICTA, responsible for Central Africa. And then we also have Dr. Hauda Chichi. So in this category, the winner is Mr. Eric Sindu. Congratulations, Mr. Eric Sindu. And then the Africa CIO Award, we have 2 people nominated. We have Mr. Shina Ayebusi and Mr. Olayinka Oni. And my pleasure to announce the winner as Mr. Shina Ayebusi. Mr. Shina Ayebusi. Well, next will be Africa ICT Personality Award. We have 3 entries here. And they are Mr. Dansanat Balgobi, as Minister for ICT, Mauritius. We also have Dr. Hago Dafala, and also Professor Issa Pantami, as ICT Minister for Nigeria. Well, as winners, we have a joint winner this category, and these are the 2 ministers, Professor Issa Pantami of Nigeria and Mr. Dansanat Balgobi of Mauritius. Well, as I mentioned before, I think it was yesterday, I had the privilege of doing a research, and I saw in Africa, Seychelles is really leading the pack with regard to the impact of ICT on the GDP per capita. So there's a lot of work they've done there. And also Minister Pantami has done a lot of work in Nigeria too, sustaining ICT growth in Nigeria. Okay, so for the ICT Champion Award, well, maybe before I go further, I've been looking for the reaction icon. You know, those that might want to clap or make a sign. I didn't see the reaction icon. If the Secretariat can activate it. If the Secretariat can activate it, that would be great. I just received a message now. The Vice President of Nigeria will be represented by his senior special assistant. That's Mr. Laolu Kande. He's joining shortly. Okay, so while he joins, we'll continue with the readout. For the Africa ICT Champion Award, we have 7 nominees. 7 nominees. And I will read them out. Ms. Rachel Fitanda, Dr. Hago Tefala, Ms. Nandifa Saluba, Mr. Krishna Ranjana, Mr. Momen Sharif, Professor Yemi Oshibaju, and President Muhammad Buhari of Nigeria. Well, yeah, it's a tie at this point. We have 2 nominees that are winners. And these are Professor Yemi Oshibaju, the Vice President of Nigeria, and his principal, President Muhammad Buhari. Well, congratulations to their excellencies for winning this championship, for this award. Yes, if you want to clap, you can clap actually. You can open your mic and clap. You need to clap for the winner. Okay. So the plaques for the award winner will be presented as much as possible physically, and though they're also virtual equivalents. I'll just check if the representative of the Vice President is here so that we could welcome him and we can receive his message. Is the representative of the Honorable, His Excellency, the Vice President on the call? Just checking. Okay, so sent a WhatsApp message that coming up soon. Okay, so maybe while there is coming up, I could also go through why President Muhammad Buhari and the vice president were so selected and elected? Well, in the reason for nomination, we have that the two of them, President Buhari and Vice President Oshibajo, they led by example by using ICTs to conduct the business of government. Since the time of COVID, top-level government meetings being conducted virtually using technology, thereby underscoring the importance of ICT for development. And by so doing, they have enabled digital Nigeria and by extension, digital Africa. So number one, that they are enabling ICT contribution to Nigeria's GDP by 18.2% in 2022, and overall ICT value chain contribution to the economy by 40%. This is to say that ICT is permeating every sector of the economy in terms of governance, e-commerce, e-health, agriculture, digitalization generally. But executive orders were issued in this regard. And secondly, we've energized a series of digital economy institutions, laws and policies, regulations, and mechanisms to strengthen the Nigeria digital economy. And some of the efforts include the transformation of the Ministry of Communication Technology to the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy. Then B, I'm getting a message. They just sent a message to me. They could not connect. Oh my God. Okay. Secretary, can you send me another link so that I can send to them? Secretary, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, we might need another link so that they can join directly without the registration thing.
All right, I'm doing that, sir.
Okay, it's like Samuel sent something. This will still require registering. Samuel, this will still require registering, right?
The one I sent earlier doesn't require registration. It's just the link with the password together.
Okay. What is? Let me try it myself here and see. Okay. It went through. Yes. Let me. Oh, it went through. Yes. Let me send it back to them. Okay. I think it should be in now. technology at times. Finally, okay. All right, that's great. You're most welcome, sir. It's my pleasure to. Okay, you can see me. Let me see if I can see you too. Please, you could go ahead and turn on your mic, your video, please.
Sorry, I want to confirm, is he on the panelist view or still with the attendees so I could promote him?
Secretariat, I think he's on the attendance list.
Mr. Laulu, yeah, Mr. Laulu, please promote Mr. Laulu.
All right, I'm on it.
Okay. Okay, so Secretariat, are we on? Okay, very good. So you are most welcome. His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by the Senior Special Assistant on Media and Publicity. My apologies if I didn't get the designation pretty well. You're most welcome to the closing section of the 10th anniversary of the Africa ICT Alliance. This is our 10th summit, and the theme is Africa Digital Future, Fostering a New Paradigm. It's no longer news that Nigeria is leading the way in Africa in terms of ICT enhanced GDP growth. It is a development that is welcomed by all, and it needs to be sustained. So in recognition of the hard work of the leadership of Nigeria, I believe nominations were sent in during the 2022 AfICTA Award Series. Just before you join in, we're on the award winners readout, and we're now at the African ICT Champion section. And in that section, it was announced that we have joint winners of President Muhammad Buhari, His Excellency the President, Muhammad Buhari, and His Excellency the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Osinbajo. Also a winner in the other category, which is ICT Personality of the Year. We also had joint winners of two ministers from Nigeria and Mauritius. We have Professor Issa Pantami, the ICT Minister for Nigeria, and Mr. Dasanad Balgobin, the ICT Minister of Mauritius. As I mentioned earlier, it's of note that Mauritius have used ICT greatly, but in the research we conducted recently for UNECA, Mauritius came first as the most wired country in Africa using ICT for GDP growth. And also a country that's successfully used cybersecurity, implemented a number of cybersecurity frameworks to grow its economy. So we have two winners in the ICT Personality Award category, Professor Isa Pantami of Nigeria and Mr. Desonad Balgobi of Mauritius, the ICT Minister of Mauritius. Before we invite you for your closing remark, we understand, yes, that you've gone through a lot of travel, and we thank you very much for the effort to be here. You've been in flight for 17 hours from Hanoi to New York. You are not even back in Nigeria yet. So we really appreciate the commitment and the sacrifice you're making to be here. So just before your speech, permit me to make a quick readout of the reason for your nomination. And that's the overriding reason why His Excellencies, Your Excellencies were so voted for this award and concurred by the nominating committee. Number one, that you enabled ICT contribution to Nigeria's GDP by 18.2%, which is unprecedented in 2022. And overall ICT value chain contribution to the economy by 40%. Energized series of digital economy institutions, law, policies, regulation, and mechanism to strengthen the Nigerian digital economy, like the Nigerian Data Protection Bureau, and a number of mechanisms, to strengthen our online presence, virtual presence, and so on and so forth. The transformation of the Ministry of Communication Technology to the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy. The launch and implementation of the National Digital Economy and Policy Strategy, which has been charting the direction for ICT growth in Nigeria. The creation of the Nigerian Data Protection Regulation. The launch and implementation of the National Digital Economy and Policy Strategy. The establishment of the Presidential Council on Digital Economy and e-government with a framework for the harmonization of digital economy, e-government initiative at federal and state level. The establishment of the Nigerian Data, yes, mentioned that. The establishment of the Nigerian Center for Robotics and Artificial Intelligence. And signing into law recently of the Nigerian Startup Bill 2022, which is a huge step in the right direction. Directive to ministry and departments and agencies to comply with e-government master plan. The establishment of 6 tech hubs across Nigeria. And all these, they've attracted more than $32 billion to the Nigerian ICT industry, which has made the Nigerian digital economy more robust. The mobilization on the use of ICT in Africa through special interventions at the Stanford Africa Business Forum. Well, your administration promised to build $1 billion ICT company in 2017. It was just one you promised, but you ended up building 6 $1 billion company by 2022. Such companies like Jumia, InterSwitch, OPay, Flutterwave, Andela, PGWorks, PGVest, Paystack, which has been bought recently by Stripe, American company. So what has been responsible for a lot of this? Talk about your special intervention during COVID-19, witnessed a boom in online presence and online payments and activities in Nigeria. So there's quite a number of them that have been listed. Well, I won't want to take your time because I understand you need to rest. So thank you so much for taking your time. It's my pleasure on behalf of the chair of AfICTA, Chairman Masiguani, are you there? Can you turn on your video? Chairman of AfICTA. Okay, while he turns on his video, on behalf of the Advisory Council as well, that members are present, members of the board are present, all members present want to welcome His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Oshibajo. And I believe the chair will give some closing remark at the end. Please join me to welcome Mr. Laolu Akande, the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Media and Publicity. Mr. Akande, representing His Excellency. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jameson Olufuye, for the great introduction and the acknowledgement with the award that's just been announced for the president and the vice president. Let me first of all say that we do very much appreciate what you are doing, and I'm here to represent the vice president, who is not able to come because he's been traveling. We just arrived, just like you said, from a 17-hour trip from Hanoi. By the time we landed, we were still in the same day that we started in Vietnam when we got to New York, and the people that we left in New York were in a new day. So we've practically had like 36 hours in one day. I didn't know that was possible. You thought that one day gets 24. So you leave from one part of the world on a particular day, you travel, and the people in that part of the world, in this case Hanoi, they are in a new day. But when you landed here in New York, you are still in yesterday. Anyways, so do accept apologies, but I want to say that I am here to represent him and to congratulate all the stakeholders that are with you, as well as all the participants in this historic annual event of the Africa ICT Alliance, AfICTA. On behalf of the Vice President and the President, I also appreciate, like I said, the awards that has been announced and the kind invitation to the Vice President to be the special guest of honor at this 10th edition of the annual summit. The list of achievements of AfTA in the past 10 years and the impact that your team has made so far are important indicators that a vision that is well articulated must surely come to pass. Most importantly, seeing how AfICTA has grown from just 6 African nations, that's Nigeria, South Africa, Egypt, the Gambia, Kenya, and Tunisia, when it started, to over 38 nations in the last decade, is an assurance that as Africans, we can certainly get things done when and where we unite and put our hearts to it. So I want to heartily congratulate all of you, and particularly congratulate our own Dr. Jameson Olufuye, the CEO of Contemporary Consulting, who is also the founder and the first chair and current chair, I believe, of the Advisory Council of AfICTA, for the leadership provided for this alliance and the role played in ensuring the realization of the vision, which is to fulfill the promise of the digital age for everyone in Africa, and to ensure that that is fast-tracked. It is heartwarming to note the outcome of your first of its kind research sponsored by the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, connecting cybersecurity to development in the 4th Industrial Revolution. This is something that is clearly unprecedented. And I am told that the report indicated that a 10% increase in cybersecurity maturity in any African country produces between 0.66% and 5.4% increase in GDP per capita. Likewise, I am told, according to the report, that a 10% increase in internet penetration produces between 1% and 8.2% increase in GDP per capita. Now, these are very important and significant findings that the research that you have conducted have brought to us. Now, looking at Nigerian data, it is indeed worthy to note that with commendable growth in our ICT sector, as you have indicated, with some of the achievements that you have kindly and generously stated just a while ago, and the effort that is being put in by the Buhari administration aiming for the transformation of Nigeria economically, we can see that Nigeria's economic performance remains in positive territory, and clearly there is a positive trajectory. The successful management of the COVID-19 challenges has also enabled us as a government to recover quite quickly from the recession that was occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. This is why we therefore welcome the research effort led by Dr. Olufuye, and we also commend the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa for their work on strengthening Africa's cybersecurity in our common fight against cybercrime. So today, as we celebrate, we also must commend all of the partners of the AfICTA, African Union, UNECA, ITDA, ICANN, BC, IGF, NITSTAR, Galaxy Backbone, NCC, ICC Basics, for the established collaboration and the encouragement of other purposeful organizations to align with AfICTA, which is, as we know, a private sector-led ICT organization. And it is important to stress at this point that, as we have always said, the role of the private sector, the role of private individuals in the transformation of any sector of the economy cannot be overemphasized. And this is why we commend the effort of your alliance. Let me also appreciate Engineer Osam El Gama, the former chair, for his vibrancy, his unique efforts and initiative introduced into enforcing the vision of this alliance. Same goes to the current chairman of AfICTA, Mr. Tabo Mashegwane, the former president of the Institute of IT Professionals of South Africa, and his entire cabinet for running with the vision and keeping the flag of this alliance flying. Kudos to you and well done indeed. To all the stakeholders of AfICTA, and time will not permit us to mention them one by one, but let me say congratulations to you all for investing your time, your resources, and intellect into the vision which is important to elevating the African continent onto the pedestal of unprecedented success, economic prosperity, and prominence, which we all believe is imminent. In addition, I also appreciate and recognize all the resource persons that have spoken to commemorate this 10th anniversary, and I believe that the outcome of this event will not only chart a pathway for AfICTA in the next 10 years, but also positively impact the continent in major fronts such as economic vibrancy, prosperity, and the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals, and also the African Union 2030 Digital Agenda. I wouldn't want to take so much of your time, and there are very many issues that we would love to engage, just like Dr. Olufuye has said. We are aware of what had happened in the last 6 years, particularly 5-6 years, that in spite of, and I'm giving just one example, in spite of the headwinds that have confronted the economy and national development, namely the COVID-19 situation that led to a lockdown of practically every country in the world, and then of course when you join that, when you had the Ukrainian conflict and the growing inflation across the world, you will see that to have 6 unicorns emerge out of all of that, including, as a matter of fact, we have had to deal with 2 recessions between 2015 and now. And yet, you had the emergence of 6 unicorns, in the fintech. What that tells us very clearly is that the capacity for the digital sector to transform our country, to transform our continent is very strong. And this government, the Buhari administration, is committed to ensuring that happens. That is why it's our target to ensure 100% broadband connectivity across this country by 2025. And working with a very hardworking and very vibrant minister for communication and digital economy, and all our state governors, on issues of right of way, and many of them are beginning to even, exempt some of those charges. We are very sure that the internet penetration, in our country is going to be deeper. With broadband connectivity, we will be able to transform the country using our digital assets and taking advantage of what is possible in the digital sector. As I conclude, let me also appreciate everyone, especially the former chair engineer Uzam El-Gama, for his vibrancy, unique efforts, and initiative introduced in enforcing, I think I already said that. Just to restate that everyone that is working with the Alliance, your work is being recognized, is being appreciated, and you should keep at it because we believe that the future holds bigger accomplishment, not only for your Alliance, but for our country and for the continent to witness unprecedented development and the promotion of prosperity and the welfare of our people. Thank you very much again. And on behalf of the Buhari administration, thank you for the recognition and the honor done to the administration. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much, Your Excellency, for that very highly encouraging words. We appreciate your catalytic strength and being a major motivation for Africa, for African government. So we thank you so much again that despite the challenges of travel, you're able to make it. We really appreciate it. I would like to invite the chair of AfICTA, Mr. Thabo Masigwani, to give his brief remark. And before the senior special advisor to the president will take his leave. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, much appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, an honor to come to the stage, and in recognition also of the Honorable Laulu Akande, much appreciated for those warm words. It is indeed an honor and a privilege to actually hear such great words coming from the presidency, and it is also motivating to see that governments are so visionary, and they've got such vibrancy within themselves to actually move the people forward. It is a highly commendable that we have got such caliber in our public institutions, and we are highly appreciative to be associated. And congratulations for the award that has been bestowed upon the members in your office. Just to also extend our gratitude on behalf of AfICTA, we'd like to extend our gratitude to the organizing committee that has put this whole summit together. It was led by Yolandi Exner and supported by our Secretariat Office, Dada and Coyote. They worked immensely in actually making this a reality. It shows the capacity we've got as Africa, and also the energy that goes, whether the resources are limited and otherwise. They said it has to be done, and they got it to happen. I highly would like to extend my gratitude to them. Gratitude to all moderators for the good work done. I mean, you came out of your busy schedules. You came in. You made sure that this summit happens. You shared your expertise and you shared your time. We highly appreciate what you have done. We highly appreciate the panelists for providing their experience and expertise. Their knowledge is invaluable. We are highly appreciative of that. Sponsors and stakeholders. Sponsors in particular, Contemporary, ICANN BC, Institute of IT Professionals South Africa, for ensuring that financially, and so you actually lifted us. We are so appreciative of that. We are appreciative to all you delegates and all our stakeholders coming from business, academia, social institutions, professionals themselves for being here, gracing us with your presence. And without you, there's no conference. Let's just be honest. Without you, there is no way in which we can be able to collaborate and make sure that we in Africa, we actually share experiences, best practices, as well as expertise amongst ourselves, so as to catapult each other, to bring each other up and make sure that we move forward and as countries we improve each other. It's very heartwarming. We highly appreciate that. And once again, congratulations to award winners. Your positive contributions to the ICT space and policy making, and also to get our people to be in a better space in Africa is highly appreciated. It is a heartwarming. It actually makes one to be proud to be African. We should say that the award winners, whether you won it or you got nominated, you are a winner. You showed the championship in pushing for the vision, this vision of making the digital promise to be realized by all. You are all champions, and we highly appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, much appreciated for having come through to this summit. Thanks, Honorable Laulu Akande, much appreciated for having come through and saying this heartwarming words. We highly appreciate it. We appreciate everyone who actually contributed to this summit. This summit has come to an end, well, as it were.
Maybe shortly before it finally we draw the curtain, permit me to make a call for a group photo with His Excellency. If you are online, can you turn on your video so that we can take a picture with His Excellency? And maybe while we turn on our videos, Your Excellency, let me just mention something about our chairman. Was at the world stage last week at a very high level panel in Addis Ababa, the course of the United Nations Internet Governance Forum. And really, they did us very proud. We're happy about his leadership, and we trust that that will remain sustained. Thank you, Chair. So if all the videos are on, Secretariat, can you let us know if we can take the photograph, maybe on the count of, please direct us. Can you turn on your video, please?
All right, please, let us all turn on our video. I'll give the instruction on how we're going to take the picture.
Okay, sorry, it appears those on the attendee list will not be able to share in the picture.
I don't know if I'll be able to quickly promote all of them. Can you, please, I'm going to promote, that would take a long time.
Oh, okay, so Anyways, you will just prepare for it next time. So I think we are representing them. So let us know once you are done. Mr. Larry Babalola, are you there? Can turn on your video.
Right. I'm going to take the picture at the count of, I'm going to do a countdown from 3 to 0. 3, 1, and 3, 2, 1, 0. Let's go. Let me take it one more time. 3, 2, 1, 0. So I have the picture. Thank you so much for turning on your cameras. We can turn it off now.
Okay, wait a minute. I think Larry just joined in. Yes, Larry Babalola. Yes, one of our top panelists. Okay, let's do it again. We can't miss that beautiful picture.
Okay, so
Paul,
Mr. Paul.
Mr. Paul, are you still there? Mr. Paul?
Paul as our deputy chair.
Okay, so I'll just go ahead at the count of 3, 2, 1, and now. Let's smile once again. Okay, so this is nice. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Your Excellency. We really appreciate your sacrifice. We wish you more grace.
Thank you.
Deep regard to their excellencies. And we'll be getting in touch with regard to the presentation of the awards to Your Excellencies. It's a great pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, much appreciated. We highly appreciate you. The summit is formally closed. Thank you.
And we need information about the AGM.
Yes, let us conduct it outside of this. Thank you.
Yeah, but it's okay. Is it coming up? Is this on so that we don't close and go away?
Yes, it's going
to
happen. There's a link about it. So just use the link to come through. It's going to happen in the next 30 minutes or so. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, everyone. Hope we do this together next year.
Amen.